Just had to make sure my phone had a decent bit of battery in it, that's all. Because
Yeah.
it drains it pretty quickly, normally, anyway. If I don't have much in it, it wouldn't last long, like. But that'll be alright.
Right, let me check my YouTube connects. Right, we should be live. We should be. Don't quote me on it.
My face looks like, I think my face is covering the screen, eh? I'll get the stream up on my TV just so I can let you know it looks as a outsider, like.
Right.
I moved it though, so I don't have to hear my own voice 20 seconds later, though.
Yeah. I believe I'm live, but it's not come up on my phone.
It did tell me on my phone I got a notification.
What, do you get notifications for my stream?
Yeah. I'm a good subscriber, but I got notifications on.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Click on the wrong button here.
Right, let me share it out and then we'll let people come in.
Yeah, oh, I remember last time we had something like 20 people or something like that coming out.
Yeah, it was actually quite crazy, to be fair.
Yeah,
I think it's Harley though, because it attracts the numbers.
Yeah. I think we had something like maybe a good 10 just ourselves, but then when Harley came on, it picked up a bit then.
Yeah.
Everyone knows then about the banter and whatever.
That's part of the reason why I'm fighting them. It's just the numbers.
I think he'll draw more views than me, 100%. Even though I think you was doing a lot of the like social media promoting, but like when it came to like in school, I was the one. I'd say we probably done an equal amount of promoting, really, innit?
Yeah.
You were the formal. You were the one who was like saying, I'm excited for the fight, I'm looking forward to it, and I'm the one like, oh, I'm gonna stop him and
I'm gonna smash him. I found a photo the other day, right? And I know I don't want to remind you of it, but it's a photo of you after the fight.
Oh yeah.
You saying, "Oh, good fight, Niall," and your lip was.
I don't even mind that. I actually found a picture yesterday. It's me like going like this, like out to the camera with the cut lip and like a little red nose from the punches, and yeah, the stream's fine by the way. But yeah, it's a picture of me like what made it worse is that on my memories I got the snap I put on it saying like, oh, it's so annoying that if I landed one more punch I would have won, and I'm thinking, what are you on about? Because I obviously I was scoring it like an amateur fight in terms of how many clean punches landed, and I was literally only counting the punches that landed on our face and the side of our head guards with the knuckle part. So I just took advantage of the fact that you were a bit sloppy or whatever at the time. So like, because you slapped quite a bit with a few of your punches on the fight, I wanted to take advantage of that because I was the more technical boxer.
Yeah.
So every time I threw a punch, like I think other than one or two I landed, they were all solid punches. But I was just trying to milk the fact, trying to milk the technique that I got. Like, I was bloody hell, looking back, like I really tried my best to make it look like I done, I beat you, like. But after a few weeks, I kind of bought into it. Like I was like, I watched it enough times.
Yeah.
After watching it a few times and showing it a few people, and then telling me, about ring control and you controlling the pace and stuff like that, and activity. Like, I was like, yeah, it doesn't matter about the punch stats really. It matters about a lot of other things. I might have got quite close to you on the amount of clean punches landed. I think it was close. I think looking at it now, I think you landed maybe like 2 or 3 clean punches more. But in terms of activity, I mean, you threw like another 40 punches more than me, so
yeah,
that's all that he needs to be said, isn't it, really?
Right, guys, so streams are right. Thank you so much to Ben for featuring on my channel once again. Much appreciated, bro.
No worries.
Today we're going to be talking about the story of our fight and what happened, how we arranged it, the fight itself, and what's happened since the fight, and how we've become such great friends we are now. So, do you want to take it away, Ben?
Yeah, sure. So I remember the reason I first ever got into boxing was I watched the KSI Joella fight or whatever, and I remember hearing that KSI obviously he won the fight, and I thought he looked really good in the shape he was in as well. I heard he only done it from like 4 months training, so I'm thinking, geez, if it takes that little amount of time and all it takes is dedication and hard work, then what can I do in 4 months? I wanted to see that. And what if I done more than 4 months? Could I, you know, get in as good shape or or even better or whatever, at least close to what he done? I was the fact that he done what he did in such a short time really inspired me to start it myself. So I remember Biran told me a while before that I should start boxing. That he went to this gym in Aberraman. So I was like, Biran, what's that gym you went to? And he was like, oh, it's this place. He sent me a ping of it on a map. So I went down there one day, half hour late, pouring down in rain, and I walk in, didn't even spot Biran in there. So I'm like, does a kid called Biran come here? And he was there, thankfully. It was an awful start to trading, but I went there like 2 months. This was like March, yeah, March, April, something like that, 2018. And I went there for like a few months, done a little bit of sparring, a couple sessions. I wasn't good by any standards, but because I had about 2 months experience, when we started year 11, I found out there was only there wasn't a great deal of weight between us. Um, I remember I went to mention to you, oh, we should have a spar. But as I say to you, we should have a spar, you say boxing match. And I go,
Yeah.
no, that's not a bad idea. And I remember obviously it just went up from there then, didn't it? We planned it, and it was originally, I swear, it was just going to be like, a thing between us and a few mates or whatever. But, then obviously it was bright idea after bright idea. And all of a sudden we were having face-offs in the Solver Centre changing rooms, and all the boys saying, "Oh, boys, just get a photo," bloody hell. It was amazing. It was great, and it's one of those things where I was excited to go to school because I didn't, all the boys would be hyping me up, and looking back, like it was great, and I wouldn't even change the fact that I lost because like I said, I won. I didn't win the fight, but it helped me. Well, during the build up to the fight, I was motivated to get out of bed in the morning, and there was always something to look forward to, and it was like I got myself in the best shape. Well, nearly at the time it was the best shape I'd ever been in, and mentally I felt better than ever, and looking back, the fact that I lost was, it's like it's one little downside of the whole situation. It's like tripping over when you get to the top of Mount Everest. You didn't stick the landing, but everything else was amazing. I was still happy with the journey. Like, it's not about the destination, that's what they say in it. It's about the journey, and everything about the journey was amazing. So looking back, it was amazing. What about you, Albert? What's the start of the journey for you?
So I wouldn't say I was a casual boxing fan by any stretch of imagination. And I knew one or two names from London 2012. The amateur boxing, like Anthony Joshua, Luke Campbell, And the name I knew surprisingly most of those was Nicola Adams.
All right, yeah.
The flyweight, the women's flyweight, and
yeah.
And I knew a couple of names. I knew a couple of big names. So like I seen David Hay on I'm a Celebrity. A few bigger name boxers, should we say? Floyd Mayweather. Right. And throughout that time, I didn't even watch boxing. I wasn't a casual. I wouldn't say I was casual. But I knew names, and 2017 April, well, late 2016, Anthony Joshua had the IBF crown, as I now know, and he was getting some proper recognition and he's starting to become a proper big star that we know him for today.
Yeah.
And Joshua Klitschko was such a big fight. I mean, most people in the UK watched it for definite.
I did. I wasn't even a fan of boxing at the time.
Yeah,
Yeah, like it
yeah.
was massive, that
And
fight.
I seen that. I seen that and I thought it was a great fight, like an amazing fight. And I thought,
Mm.
and that really inspired me to start watching boxing. So in 2017, I remained a casual, and I remember Lewis asking me to go up and watch Joshua Takan because his dad bought the fight. And I remember being down for playing football at the time. And I was asking my mother, Mum, can I go up to watch Joshua Takan? She said, No, you got to come home. And I was so pissed off. Like I just threw my phone. Like I wanted to go up and spend a nice night watching boxing with my
Mm.
friends. And I came home, managed to find a stream. I mean, the stoppage was dodgy, but then that was the start. Obviously, I seen the KSI logo, and I knew a couple of people like Dylan who boxed. I thought, hang on now, if anyone can pick this up, what can I try? And I never really found the courage to go to the gym until I asked you, can we because I remember we were in English talking about boxing.
That's right, yeah.
It was year 11, and beforehand, I always thought you was a nice boy. Never knew you too well.
No, I didn't
Um,
know. I knew of you. I think I'd spoke to you like during comp up to that point, but never like I would never have called you my friend before that. Like
and geography, we knew each other, and we spoke to each other in English. Spoke a lot about boxing,
Mm.
and I decided, look, we similarly experienced, you could say. You're a bit taller, I'm a bit heavier. Why not give it a go? The experience was similar, like I say. There wasn't no crazy advantage, you could say.
No, not by any means. No.
So I thought there's an even fight. Why not give it a go? So obviously I asked her. I said, "Would you like a boxing match?" This is a spart or something. To me, it was a boxing match because I wanted to have a proper realistic approach. So training your bollocks off for 12 weeks, because September we promised we did promise December, and we'll talk about
Yeah.
that later.
Mm.
Gonna move to January is most now, but like I said, we talk about it later. But I was about 145, about 10 some 5 at the start, and we managed to agree on a weight. After we agreed on it, more and more ideas started to come in for weight, the minute rounds. So top and bottom of it is we agreed on it in class. It was just a spur of the moment thing. At
Mm.
least what it was thought of a time, a spur of the moment. But it turned quite realistic.
It got pretty real at once. We got a lot of attention or whatever. Because I think a lot of the hype around it, it was started by like obviously we told our mates about it, like I'm gonna spar Niall Rudge, and just because if someone didn't know I'd unboxing, and I said I'm gonna go in a ring and spar a boy who plays rugby, and was a popular kid who plays rugby, literally a few people. They didn't even say good luck. I just said, "Oh, I'm gonna fight Niall Rudge in December," and literally, I saw a few people, and so I'd be waiting in line for food or whatever, and I said, "Oh, guess what? I'm doing this thing with Niall," and I saw him literally go, "You're getting dropped, bud." And I'm thinking, okay. I said to him, "If I don't win, I'm not getting dropped, regardless." Well, I was right on that part, but I literally said to him, "I am not getting dropped," and it was a few people actually. It was surprising the negative feedback I got, but I think everyone who didn't believe in me, like who didn't give me a chance, they'd never done any kind of sport in their life. But
Yeah, you get that a lot.
everybody who had done some kind of boxing, I think other than Dylan Edwards, everybody who had done some kind of sport gave me a decent chance. Like,
I forgot to
obviously,
mention as well. Sorry for cutting you off. I forgot to mention that whilst developing a passion for boxing, obviously me and Harley got into a bit of a, I don't know what you want to call it. It was disgusting and it embarrasses me to this day. And here we are to this day, you know. We could be fighting in the summer, we could be fighting 2022. COVID will be talked about. I'm not going anywhere. But me and him had a little bit of thing. I got shown up. Hand on heart, I got shown up big time, and there was a lot of dent to my pride. So I thought, what can I do to restore some pride, at least some self pride that I didn't want it. Not I say I didn't want it for recognition because it was going to come with it, but self pride and pride that I've done something well, I can turn my hand to. So,
Mm.
so as you were saying,
Yeah, I tell you, I remember hearing. Obviously, this was before. This was like year 10 or something like that. And I remember hearing that Harley fought someone. Obviously, it was you, but at the time, I didn't remember hearing the name. And I remember people saying, "Oh, everyone was saying they think it was like a fake fight." I feel people were saying like they thought that you two like organized it because obviously looking at the video, I remember Harley was like, obviously you was just swinging haymakers for him.
I was thinking he'd make us swinging back fists and everything. I got pissed off and I swung a swinging back fist and that didn't work. But
you could, if it was nowadays, you could swear you've been watching too many KSI fights. Like I mean, you were like swinging overhead, like you know, like mad. And obviously he was moving out the way and wherever on the mugger. And obviously I hadn't even seen the fight. I didn't even watch it until I think like a month before I was meant to fight you. Because I remember Jake showed me the video because when we was in the atrium and I was talking crap or whatever, as we were all leaving to go to lessons, he's like, "Oh, by the way, I think it was Johan actually. He showed me a video of the
yeah.
fight, and I tell you what, I think I gave me too much confidence because I saw that, and I'm
Oh yeah,
thinking,
that's
3 months
that's
since.
another reason as well. People see me as a joke.
Mm,
People might still see me as a joke. The difference is I don't care now as opposed to when I used to. But yeah, but I wanted people to see what I could do. So
mm,
I asked her to fight with everything in mind, and the tension started building. The moment you agreed to fight, it was all happy-go-lucky, and then we started organizing it. We started setting dates, training, um, and I got myself into a mindset that I didn't like it for that time. You have to hate the person you want to knock your head off them.
mm,
You can't like someone or you're gonna punch. It's either them or you.
mm.
So the tension started building. Um, I was telling people I was making the occasional video and update every couple of weeks. Um, the blank screen days on the channel where I was but the tension started building. You could say.
Yeah, yeah. It was. It wasn't necessarily like hatred. There was no hatred with our fight. It was just like the feeling. Like there wasn't any uh, emotions that had anything to do with the tension. It was just the fact that like you know we can be mates 1 second, but as soon as that fight comes, we can't be in that mindset. Like because if you start thinking, oh, he's my friend, you know, not gonna hit him too hard because if that person isn't thinking what you're thinking, you're done for. So you got to
Yeah,
put yourself in a killer mindset because if they are, then you got to make sure you are as well. Otherwise, the mindset is where everything starts. Really, boxing is at like 80% mental. So you could be as good as you want, but on that day, if you're the one with your head screwed on right that, you know, in that killer mindset, that's basically what happened, wasn't it? You had that killer instinct. You threw way more. I was struggling. Well, when I always say I was nervous, but it was also that I didn't want to. I didn't have the courage, like, because of my mindset. I'm sure I had the skill to beat you, And if you came in not feeling the right way, regardless of skill, really, it showed, didn't it? You didn't have you weren't as technical as me on that day, but it shows that with the right mindset and with the right attitude, you can do anything. Like,
Yeah, and I remember like you were playing mind games, and I remember you coming up and sitting with me and Dan at the back of geography,
oh yeah, yeah.
trying to be jokey. I don't know if you were trying to be the nice guy. And I knew he was doing straight away. And I hated it. I hated it. I really did. Like it was getting to me.
Was it?
I didn't show it was getting to me. I was like, in my mind, I was like, I'm piss off. I'm gonna fight you soon. Like you're doing my head in. But
I'm trying to make you like me, like, so you don't want to hurt me.
yeah. But it was doing my head in like internally, but nothing deterred me. Like I didn't show nothing deterred me over time.
No.
And I remember the occasional PE lesson. People used to ask us to square up to each other.
Yeah, that was like the first good few of those. None of that was us doing it. It was all the boys. Oh, go on, boys, have a face up. And obviously we just go with it. Because if we go in, nah, nah, nah. Because if we back down, we look weak. So it's always like, well, I'd say I'm down. If Niall's down, I'm down. So obviously Ben wants to have a face off. All right then, because you didn't want to back down either. So every time, well, like almost, I think it was at least once a week by the end of by the time
Yeah.
the fight was coming around. How many face offs we had in the last like week or two after Christmas? Like bloody hell, we had loads, didn't we?
And there was one particular face off on my YouTube channel. You blew in my hair and it pissed me off and I started beating my chest.
That was a week before the fight was meant to happen. I remember that because I was talking trash one night because I think I was only our second face off because we had one, and obviously you was like an inch or something shorter than me, and you raised your chin up a little bit. I was square on you like this, and it looked like we were the same height. So I'm thinking, oh no, I want to rub it in that I'm taller than him next time then. So the next time, I swear we had our shirts off our time as well. I raised my chin up as well so you can see the height difference. And I'm going, oh, are you ready for next week? And you're going, yeah, yeah. So what do they do? They bring us closer, don't they? They like putting their hands on our back, pushing us closer. We're like close to bromance at this point, like, you know, like we're very close to each other. And I remember I take the mic and go, ugh, trying to say you had bad breath. And obviously, I swear, like I swear in one of them, someone pushes you into me, obviously trying to get a reaction out of me. Or if I actually hated you, you know, then fair enough. But like, I didn't. So I remember it wasn't in this one, but I swear one time someone like pushed you, and I swear like our noses like bumped into each other, but I just kept fixing like that. But I remember I was talking trash, saying, "Oh, are you ready for next week?" And we've been facing off for what felt like maybe like 30 seconds at this point. So I'm thinking, I just want to get changed at this point. So I just blew in your face and turned around, and then I didn't even see at the time, but obviously camera pans back to you, and you just go. Like, I can see a big grin on your face then, didn't it? That was funny.
Yeah, that was me just trying to assert. That was me trying to get across.
This whole time, obviously, I looked like I was winning the mental warfare, like, because I was the one talking trash. So it's a good idea. Like, I obviously kind of ripped into a little bit to the boys, like going, "Oh, boys, who am I?" Like, you know, I'd walk in like that, wouldn't I?
I weren't playing a mental game, but I knew the moment I told you, "Oh, I'm gonna win," or "I'm gonna do this," that switches your mindset to thinking, "Oh, because he told me that now, I gotta try extra hard." So I was like, so obviously, I knew that I was gonna win without sounding too cocky, because it's easy to say no because it's done. But at the time, I felt like, oh, I know I'm gonna win. I have so much determination.
Well, they say in it, it's like hope for the best. No, yeah, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. But like, if you start saying, you know, if you start thinking, if I lose, if this happens, you know, then it's not going to help you on the day because they always say prepare for the worst because if you never even contemplate the idea of, you know, obviously it's never 100%. You're never going to beat someone 100% of the time. I think on that day you would win probably like 2/3. If we fought 10 times that day, you probably would have won like 2/3 of them at the very least. Like obviously because like I said, I wasn't in the right mindset on the day, but like it's never 100%. It's a fight. Anything can happen. Even though we had big gloves and head guards on, you see videos of people sparring and they get knocked out cold. Like liver shots are always a possibility. I mean, I don't want to name call anything, but I dropped someone who was messing around with me the other week because I hit them in the liver. They went down. They were right, like, don't get me wrong, they weren't paralyzed, like, but I hit them in the liver. They put their knee on the ground because bloody hurts. But like I said, anything can happen. And I had 16-ounce gloves on then, and they were a bigger person than you, so only takes is one punch, regardless of the head guards and the gloves or whatever. Anything can happen. So you always have to prepare for the worst to happen. Obviously, you want to train and prepare yourself mentally so that the best does happen. Like with us, I talked so much crap because it was mainly because I wanted to promote the fight, but it was also that I wanted to make myself in a mindset where if I made it so if I lose, I'd be, obviously calmer and everything because I talked all the crap and then lose, it would be embarrassing. So I'm thinking, well, I didn't know what talking crap would do to me on the day. Would it make me more confident and make me more eager to win because if I lose, I'm going to get embarrassed? Or is it going to make me nervous because I have so much to walk the walk wouldn't be to just win, really. If it was a close fight and I just about won, would that have been enough? So it's like I physically cannot lose, and I most likely have to win confidently. So when I started thinking about that, probably like an hour before, about half hour before the fight, and I was a little nervous. Like the heart started pumping a little faster about that point. Like by the time we finished our session, well, by the time I was like putting the gloves on, putting the head guard on, obviously you don't see it, what we weren't recording at this point. I was a little nervous, but obviously we weren't entirely sure, if you remember, if we could record it. But as soon as Jeff gave Byrne a thumbs up to say we're ready to record, that's where my nerves.
That's the trouble. Well, we had a lot of trouble with that as well because
oh yeah, it was ridiculous.
We were supposed to fight the last week of December before Christmas.
19th.
A week before Christmas. I can't quite remember. The 19th, yeah?
I think it was, yeah. And
a couple of days before you text me, and I was so cheesed off because I was getting in good shape all the time. I was about 135, 136. When you reflect on it, that time we had was very beneficial to me. But at the time I was cheesed off. I was like, oh, I wanted to fight. I wanted to show people. And at times I thought, oh, it's not going to happen. I don't want to let people down.
Yeah.
But we managed to get it sorted. Now I remember coming into school on a Monday and I'm like, come on, this is a week of a fight. Now
I actually forgot about the fight over Christmas because I'm sure I've said this a couple of times. I don't know if I've said it on YouTube, like for everyone to see, but I got given Red Dead Redemption 2 for Christmas, and if anyone's ever played it, you know that the story mode in it is not only really good, but it's really bloody long too. So, and I didn't want to come into school, tell my friends I played this game, I'm at the end of it, and then they spoil it for me when I'm 80 hours in. So I'm like, I want to finish this game before I go back to school. So I finished it, went back to school, expecting someone, when I say, oh, I done Red Dead on the week on over Christmas, I was expecting them to go, oh, nice, and then them go to spoil it. But no, I walk in, and the first thing someone says to me after I say about Red Dead is, oh, you're fine this week, Crap. I was like, I literally, like, I swear it was like the whole like second week of the Christmas holidays, like over the New Year especially, like didn't cross my mind. I don't know why. just because I didn't think about boxing for whatever reason. I didn't train. I don't know. Obviously it's all my fault. Like I look at it now and laugh, but I mean, I don't know why I didn't train. I just got caught up on it, and the gyms are closed. I could have done stuff in my house, but I didn't, did I? So but I swear he was training a lot over Christmas, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I got down to about 133 if I remember. Obviously, Christmas Day comes about, and Christmas Day is a day you eat. I didn't eat excessively, but I ate a lot. Like, but not too much. I was thinking, shit.
Mhm.
Everything I eat is an extra ounce. Let's get them put on one extra pound, whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
I was thinking, right, Boxing Day onwards is where I pick it up and ramp it up. And I'll talk about training aspect now, but I was training a lot in my house because you were in the gym, and if I trained with you, we would have seen what each other's like. And I remember seeing a video of you when you was like completely raw. I was thinking, he's a bit slow. Well, I thought he was a bit slow.
Looking back.
And that video when this was before you cut your hair. Because you were growing your hair out not long before now.
It might have been just after I cut it, but it was still long after I cut it. Like compared to what it is now or what it
Yeah,
was
yeah.
2 months ago, it was long. I think I had recently cut it. When I done a video. Is it when I was hitting the black bag, in the gym?
Yeah.
That's it. That was after we went to Bridgend on the geography trip. So it was literally like 2 days after we agreed to fight. It was like my second session training for you.
And I thought, well, he's a bit slow. You're technically right. But people underestimate my speed. Like they think because I'm a bit bigger that I would have been slower.
Mm.
And you was training another gym. I was training a house for the most part. Once every couple of weeks, I was going to Biran's garage, getting 6 rounds with him at a time. The last sparring session we had before our fight was really good. It was a really good technical spar at times. Because you know what Biran's like, you know what I was like at the time.
Oh, bloody hell, the technical 1 second, the fight the next, like,
Yeah,
go kill, like.
and the first 2 rounds, I gotta say, I didn't dominate, but I was timing Biran. Because this was where my timing was really coming. Like the timing from the sparring I done with Biran allowed me to develop timing. Every time he took half a step in my range, I was having him with a left hook.
That's good, though.
And Biran saying, "Oh, left hook's your best punch," but really because you was taller than me, because you had a slight reach advantage, I had a slap. I wouldn't bend in the elbow.
Yeah, yeah.
I was kind of like it should be at a straight angle, but it was kind of like raised.
Do you know what you should have done though in our fight, because you was doing a hook at a long range? What you can do is turn your knuckles, instead of hitting like that. If you turn them like that, you're further away. You can still hit like decent. Like
Yeah,
Fedor Emelianenko, like he does that. He does like a long range hook, but he has his knuckles horizontal, so you still get the force of it, but it's further away. So that's obviously, I'm sure you weren't experienced enough to know that at the time, but looking back, like I'm thinking, oh, if he turned his knuckles on that shot, like, it would have been twice as powerful.
and this sparring with Biran, I lost 4-2. Like in my opinion, I lost 4-2.
Mm.
Towards the end, he was landing body shots on me. Didn't hurt, but they were slowing me down. And but I was thinking, Buren's good, yeah, but we all know Buren can fight.
Mm.
And he's had a handful of amateur bouts himself. I was thinking, if I can do out with Buren, what can I do against Ben? Regardless of height, style, stance, because you're southpaw. I was thinking, Buren's handy, yeah. Previously I went to watch Buren box on Abercombe Boy, the proper amateur bout.
Mm.
Thinking, this ain't bad, considering I've sparred him twice beforehand. Considering I've been doing this 2 or 3 months properly. This was last week in November, so it was really starting to ramp things up.
Mm.
And it was pretty good. I was pretty happy, and then that gave me so much confidence, so much
Mm.
confidence. So so yeah, that was the training grounds really. You was at the gym constantly. I was constantly in the house watching a lot of boxing, trying to pick things up. And I
Yeah.
remember
Me taking the
watching.
mick of you for watching videos on it all my days. Remember that thing I put on my Snapchat, training like Niall, just clicking on a YouTube video how to box or something like that.
And I
It's
was
funny, don't
watching
get me wrong, but bloody hell.
Usyk and Tony Bellew was in the November. I was
Oh, is it?
thinking Usyk and Tony Bellew.
Oh, yeah,
Um,
yeah.
and Tony Bellew was landing right hands at the start. I was thinking, hang on, that could be the style to beat Ben. And there was one right hander landed in the third that kind of represented what my idea was all along, where when you go in there, the plan goes, really.
Mm.
That was what style I was going for. I was going for the right hand because I knew I could catch it with a right hand being a southpaw. So I wanted to go. I want really, if I executed, I wanted to be a mid-range avenue with right hands for most of the night. But sometimes, and then close and close, I got to fight. I was thinking he's a clean technical boxer. Clean technical boxers don't like people all over him roughing them up.
No, no. Most of them, no.
So you've seen most of the fight that was rushing out, bum rushing out.
Yeah.
Um,
A better Nate Robinson, basically.
um, and yeah, I was bum rushing out, and that's the style of thought. So yeah, we're on a week of a fight right now, right?
Mm.
And I was just acting cool, going down the corridor, not having a care in the world, pretending not to care. Well, really, I did, but I was just trying to act as normal as I could. And we'll skip to the day of the fight because nothing much really happened the day of the fight. And
Oh, man.
the day of a fight, I was like, woke up in the morning really gassed. I'm like, today I'm fighting. Today's the day. And I promised to myself that I would drink water for the day of the fight. Like I could have drunk more water in training, but I was strict water, no juice, nothing. I was strict on water, and I got a ham and cheese baguette and water. I remember, and you
So,
was
you drinking water in the fight. Remember I was drinking Lucozade? There's a video on it of Josh handing me the thing, not unscrewing the. No, he unscrewed the top, it just
oh,
gives
I
me
was getting
Lucozade.
cheesed. There's a video I uploaded that didn't get as much views as I wanted, and it was what happened at the end of round one.
Oh,
And
yeah,
there's me shouting at Josh like, Josh, how do you expect me to take a top off with gloves on?
yeah.
And and so I came down the corridor, I had my ham and cheese baguette, and the boys were like, ooh, and clapping at that,
Ah, yeah.
mocking me. They were. And they wanted us to do one last face off.
That's right, yeah.
And I remember face off, I didn't want to do it because it was day of Friday. I wanted to punch your head in.
I was kind of like that. I wasn't necessarily in the killer mindset, like I'm sure you were, but I was like thinking, you know, I wasn't thinking mean things about you, but I was thinking that I should be thinking mean things about you, you know.
And we done the face off, and You still on, Ben? Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, my friend was calling me. I'm trying to. I haven't like posted it anyway. I was doing this. Yeah, I probably should actually, but yeah, I'm sure he's just calling me now. I should let him know. Carry on, though. Sorry.
Um, I remember us doing a face off, and I didn't want to do it really. I was half-hearted, and then
Yeah.
people were saying, "Oh, he's scared," and you were saying it as well, and that really did give me confidence, and because I was so hyped. And anyway, last lesson happened, and I went home and quickly got changed, got my boxing bag together, and I started playing music to gas myself up. Um, Sat at the box, found my gum shield, got everything prepared. I headed to the gym. I walked with Biran.
You got it
Biran,
before me, didn't you? Because there was a couple of boys here and there. It was Josh. I swear there was someone else there as well. They didn't stick around though for whatever reason. But yeah, I remember you. Yeah, you got there first, didn't you? And it was weird because we got there early, didn't we? And we was like waiting for probably like 10, 15 minutes before one of them got there and opened the door. So we was like, so you right? Or it was weird because especially you were like you were looking right through me most of the time. Obviously, you didn't want to think about small talk like, but obviously I'm trying to. I wouldn't say I was trying to throw you off too much. I was just like not trying to make myself look more intimidating than I really was. I'm trying to be real at this point, even though I was talking crap this whole bloody time, pretending to act hard the whole time. On the day of the fight, I wanted to kind of be a bit more real, like, and not try and be hard. So I remember, yeah, we stood outside of the gym and I remember on the way there because I had to walk about probably like half a mile to the gym anyway. I walked there and I can't remember. I think I listened to some music. I think I chucked on some like Oasis tunes or something like that, and yeah, I had it playing or whatever. But yeah, I don't remember a great deal of like walking to the gym. I remember I didn't eat that much. I made a point to eat because every time I'd spar, if I didn't eat, body shots would kill. So I'd always make sure to have a couple hundred calories before before I went training, or have a protein shake. But I thought I'd have a protein shake or whatever when I got back, especially because I had the Lucozade as well. I thought there's too much liquids to be in my stomach when I'm jumping around training like. So I had like a sandwich or something like that, and I struggled getting it down me. I slept alright. I was up a little bit thinking like not nerves or whatever, just thinking, oh, I'm fighting
I
tomorrow.
woke up a bit early because usually in the mornings I'd be lazy in bed, get my mother to bring breakfast up, and I'm jumping a shower like 8 o'clock, like right before school. But this particular morning I was up quite early. I was up at 6:30. Proactive in a way. Got ready for school quite early. I was just up early. I was quite hyped, but I don't know if it was nervous energy or if it was just genuine like hype. I was excited. I don't know. Like I can't really tell, but I don't think I was nervous.
Oh, fair play. I mean, I think you on the day of our fight was kind of like a slightly more extreme version of what I was like on the day of what would have been my fight with Sam. Because I was pretty well in school. Obviously, he's not there, so I wasn't like trying to be anyone. I was like, I was hyped, but I wasn't talking trash at all at that fight. But I was kind of like you, but a little bit more relaxed because it's not like the day of the fight and you got to sit there with your opponent for 6 hours. Like
Mm,
I was fine. I didn't have to look at him until right before I got in there with him.
mm.
In that sense, like so.
Whoa!
But
You're not eating off me.
I'll be
I,
back now.
I
Apologies.
yeah, no worries. So
You for interrupting. Please help. Sorry about that.
Nah, no worries, but I'm just gonna put a link to the stream on my story now.
Okay, bro, no worries.
But yeah, I remember like I was alright with the day of the Sam fight, just because obviously I didn't have to sit around, and look at him during the day like. But yeah, I remember when you got there, you was pretty like quiet, but not in like a nervous way. And I think maybe that might have got me a bit nervous really because of how, normal. The reason I talked rubbish was to make you nervous really, and the fact that I didn't see any nerves in you, I was thinking, has my trash talk really worked? Like, because I didn't want to think I talked all our trash for nothing, that it hasn't actually made a difference, and now I've actually got to show more than I would have before, just because I talked a lot. I think that got me pretty nervous thinking about it. But yeah.
So we get to the gym and I notice you're going for it. And I was thinking, let's leave some in reserve for the fight.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing you. You was like tapping the bag, like you were like 2 inches away, doing like 1 inch punches on the bag. I remember looking at him, thinking, "Is this kid serious?" I'm thinking, is his plan like is to obviously I was trying to make myself look good during the session to like Josh and whatever. So like it's all mental games. Like it's not like I was trying to convince myself I was ready really and really get myself relaxed and warmed up because I wasn't necessarily that nervous at this point. And I'm thinking, if I can make Josh, if during the session he's looking at both of us and he sees you faffing about on the heavy bag, and I'm walloping it, being as loud as possible, like with the clean punches you hear it like. I'm thinking if he can hear me halfway across the gym and he looks at you and sees you faffing about on the heavy bag, if your own friend who's there doesn't look like he believes in you, I'm thinking, is that going to affect him? But obviously, it didn't really do anything really because he didn't show any signs of disbelief or anything. Because I don't think he's friends with both of us by the end, so he didn't really care one. He was just excited to watch the fight, wasn't he? Like, I think he thought he was going to win, but like he wasn't necessarily like the thing about it. He wasn't like Niall's going to win. He wasn't overly confident about it. Like, yeah, I think now. I think he had his opinions, but he weren't like loud about them. So I don't think it was any point of me going crazy, other than to convince myself I was ready. Like,
So we finish the session. Buren gets the camera out. I borrow Buren's wraps because I didn't have wraps of my own.
Jeez,
and
amateur.
and yeah, I got my gloves on, got my head guard on, and I was the first one to enter the ring.
Yep.
And I was stalking the ring. I was going up and down the post, head down, focused. And you,
Kind of thinking about it as well. It was the home advantage for me. They always get in the ring second anyway, didn't they? So makes sense.
yeah, got in the ring first. I was stalking the ring. I was going from post to post, I was just stalking the ring. Like I was thinking, this ring is mine. This is my domain. And going about the ring, getting used to the ring. Because really, I'd only sparred once before in the ring, and that was against Dale.
Who's that now?
Naomi's brother. And I was technical. Howard Winston's great grandson.
Oh, okay.
And
yeah, if it's technical, you're not really using the ropes a great deal, or shimmying around. You're not really using the ring As I'm not
It
super
was
about it.
technical, and Dale's not a big. I wouldn't say he's a massive guy. He's about the same height. I'm not a massive guy. I'm only about 5'10", 5'10" or push, but similar build to me. Technical. He was landing a jab, but obviously he's been there ages. Boxing's in his family. His great granddad was world champion. So obviously, I mean, he's been there years. He's gonna jab me, and he's gonna beat me. I didn't take. I mean, and he's older than me as well. I didn't take much. Didn't dent my confidence. I had a round with Jacob Dornicky as well, and I was just a shit show hours. I couldn't get past his
Oh,
jab.
that
He's
is all. If I feel bad for every short person I've sparred with now, because I know what it's like now to have
and
someone who's
especially with
that.
Jacob, he's quite a big guy. One of his fights is gonna be a light heavy,
Oof,
and
it's hard as well. He hit me really hard one time, and one of the dudes who was next to us said, "Oi, chill." What do they call him? Biscuit or something like that, innit? And he said, "Oi, biscuit, chill." And I'm
and
thinking, I just took a hard shot of a light heavyweight.
his jab was solid. You know, he had a good right hand behind the right corner, and I'd never spot someone that big. I think the biggest person I'd spot was either Biron or Dale, whichever one you could say is bigger. I'd say Biron's bigger in weight, but I don't know because Biron was 15 at the time as well. Don't forget we've grown now, so probably Dale's the biggest person I've spot. And Jacob's shots were hard. I don't sound cocky, but I always back my chin. Well, I've got a good chin, and they weren't hurting shots. They were more heavy. Does that make sense?
I get what you mean. You feel the impact, but you don't really. It doesn't affect your consciousness. Like you were still there, but you felt the pain. Like you felt the force behind it. I get what you mean. Yours were like ours as well. I didn't really get rocked. I'm surprised I didn't get rocked. Connor Jones just said Dale 100%, but it was,
I don't know if Connor knows what we're on about. If he thinks we're on about Dale Lloyd or
oh,
Dale in the gym, so I don't know.
Dale, but
But but yeah, Spot Jacob quite heavy-handed, I could say. I mean, he had 16 ounces on, and oh, he knows Dale,
oh,
and
yeah.
Jacob's quite heavy-handed, and he can punch.
Yeah.
And I know I always thought he could be a good amateur, Jacob. He could turn his hand to everything. Good rugby player, um, good boxer, very good boxer, in fact. And yeah, so I've had some experience, one or two spars. So that's point I'm getting used to the ring, getting used to surroundings. And then I just go in the corner and Jeff says the instructions. Now me watching boxing professionally, I think, oh, touch gloves.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
And he tells us off for touching gloves. Now, would you want to watch the fight on stream and me to try and share it, or would you want me to because it does say you share screen. Now I don't want to try and get any technical issues on the stream, but I can try and share the screen to you.
Yeah, if you wanna, we probably have to pause it quite a lot to like show all the significant moments in the fight, and like tell everyone what was like going through our heads and stuff like that.
Right,
So,
I
yeah,
do apologise for all the tabs open, but
yeah. Make sure there's not inappropriate search bars now, right? But just saying.
nothing's on a laptop. Don't worry, nothing's on a laptop.
Just keep safe anyway.
Right.
I'm still surprised by how many views it's got now, though. I swear it's got over 1,200. Like it's mad. I never imagined it getting that many. I swear we talked about it, didn't we? When we just uploaded it. Obviously, I think it was before we even uploaded it. It was like while we were still at the gym because we were still, we hadn't uploaded it, but we had respect for each other at that point. We're having a good like chat, like, and I swear we said along the lines of like, how many views do you think it's gonna get? And I said like, I think it's gonna get probably about 500. If it gets more than 500, I'll be happy with that. Like, I think that's fair. And obviously, it got more than that in like I swear, like the first like 3 days, which was
Right, I left to put you over that side. Actually, I'll try and share in them. Let me get them on the Skype chat.
I
Share
don't know how
screen.
far. I don't know how far behind the stream is because um I got the stream myself now up on my
Is it on there? Is it on your phone? I'm sharing it with you now.
It's not yet. It's still a black screen. I can't see anything just yet. It doesn't look like it's on the.
I got
Just
you
the
now.
window.
You're on the stream, and I'm trying to share it to you on your phone. But if not, we can do it on the stream. It's alright.
Yeah, we might have to do it on the stream. Just it'll be kind of hard just because.
Hang on.
It's a bit of a delay.
Hang on. If I share it, you know. Tell me if I go onto that tab, does it show? Does it show on your phone?
I'm not seeing anything.
Right, I'll stop.
I can see. I can see it on the stream, but I can't see it on the call. But now I'll go back on YouTube to share it. Oh, there we are.
Right, let me I'll stop sharing it then, just in case the internet. But yeah.
You pause it or what you think a significant point in the fight, and we'll talk about it. Because I won't be able to say, "I'll pause it now" or whatever, because I think it'll be a bit of a delay or whatever on the stream.
Right, I don't know.
Obviously, I'm watching the fight behind you.
Right, I'm minimizing you. Check your top right. Or bottom left, wherever. Right, this. Right, we started now, guys. So Jeff tells us off.
Oh yeah, bloody hell. As us finally touched gloves or whatever, and we come near the ring. I think he was expecting us to fight there.
So
we told him to back off, like.
I'm doing a mistake straight away. I'm moving to my right. And we'll see you hitting me with left hand.
I'm surprised you moved around anti-clockwise quite a lot for someone who obviously, I'm sure we didn't think about it at the time, but obviously because you should be going round to your opponents around the opponent's lead leg, innit?
Yeah.
I don't think we either of us used that to our advantage.
Yeah, corner. He doesn't like his touching gloves. He's quite old fashioned. But I just done out of respect.
Yeah, same as me as well. I'm thinking.
So I'm thinking. I'm thinking now. As you can see, my right hand's quite low. My right foot is completely like 90 on this point.
Yeah. It's funny lucky that like your footwork in this fight. You weren't dancing. You were kind of like skipping on the bit when you were a bit like twinkle toes.
So you tried jabbing, Gray. You missed a jab. You missed another jab. Jab to the chest. I think you just miss a counter. Biron's laughing in the background.
Oh yeah. I'm missing, he said, because I see he's seeing me spar normal, and obviously when he's seeing me,
Biron's proper laughing now because you're missing. Yeah, so let's go back.
My jabs are decently fast in this round. I don't know why I got so slow.
Let me put it on like 0.75 for now.
Yeah. Some of my jabs are like the first two jabs I throw are decently fast, to be fair.
Right.
But like, yeah.
Well, it's the shoulder and scrapes the side of my face.
I wouldn't call that a shot at all. You know, I catches you.
That is my shoulder. My chin is in the air, and I throw jabs.
I should have hooked that a little bit. That would have been a little better.
As you can see, I'm so open to shot here. I have a time.
I think if you had me on a good day here, I would have caught you there. Whether a big shot or not, I would have caught you at least. I know that. You were so open.
But I am good at bending my torso to throw punches, not dodge punches. But I was just the thing is, you didn't fully bend your hips and then bend your torso, so that's how you missed. I keep my left hand glued to my chin at this point, my right hand's down. That was me protecting myself. I'm feinting still.
You're doing a bit of a Philly shell there. I like that you're doing that because you moved red and then you go into Philly shell. I didn't even realise at the time, but
That was a nice left hand, and I remember a left hand hit, and there wasn't much behind it, so I was.
nah,
This is the first punch you land, and I smirk at you.
yeah.
The
First head punch.
the camera doesn't pick it up, but I smirk you.
Not very well, no, but I remember you give me a big old cheesy grin.
You could see Abra. Hands down.
There wasn't much behind it. You took about 90% of the power that was there off of it because you were moving your head away.
You could see
So
my
it was
hands are down grinning at this point.
It was funny, oh.
And you're just looking at me like dead.
Yeah, there was no emotion there. Like, I mean, even after you unload on me sometimes, like, I do not give you any emotion at all.
I land a slap in right hook out of the southpaw stance.
Not bad. As a decent hook, you do stumble, or don't you? So
Yeah,
you trip over your feet or something like that.
You can see that I feint the jab and I throw.
That's good. That's good IQ. That is actually for how little experience you had. That's high level stuff. That feinting. I feinted a lot, but I never followed up with any of my feints. I never threw a feint of a jab, then a left hand. I would just either feint or throw.
I went back to feint, and you land the counter left. I believe the camera doesn't pick it up that well.
I'm not sure. Might have. I'm not entirely sure there. I always thought that was a miss, but I know. I don't know. I noticed your head guard. It didn't change position. It might have just caught you a little bit. It must have been on the forehead or something.
And this is where we get to the first flurry.
Yeah.
I land like a left hook on your shoulder.
Yeah.
And I noticed straight away if you back up in a straight line and keep your hands low to your head. So I was thinking, right, this is a perfect thing. So I jab upstairs, you kind of parry it.
The punch parry, but the Velcro on the glove actually caught my lip, and that's what grazed my lip. That was because if you caught me with a good punch, it wouldn't have grazed it. If you think about it, it was just the layer of skin that came off. I think if it was a punch, it would have made it. It would have been a bit deeper, but it was literally like a little bit of skin, and it must have been early because I remember by the time I looked at it in the mirror at the end, it was dried blood on it. So it must have been early or something. I like our body shot though. That was good.
It was a jab to a chest, I believe. Like, I got taught that if you hit someone just below the pecs or right over top of the ribs, it hurts. So I land like a slappy left hook there again. My chin's pretty much up here now.
You know, I tell you what, I didn't even notice it at the time because I probably still have it now. But like whenever I haven't sparred for a week or whatever, at the very least, whenever someone's throwing a combo at me, I tend to close my eyes. I used to do it all the time back then. Once about after a year in or whatever, I started to be able to keep my eyes open and hold my hands up and look through my guard. But at that time, my guard wasn't good enough for me to look at anyone when they're throwing punches. But, no, you have good combo, yeah.
I don't know what I was. It looks like I just shove a shoulder in you, but that was me trying to burst your guard with an uppercut.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't realise you held my head there. Bloody hell. You done a Logan Paul there. I never realised
Look,
that.
you can see the tiny muscles in my arms, but I have a tiny muscle in that freeze room.
Jeez, yeah. Both of us, yeah. Tiny arms. Jeez.
So I kind of held your head, bro. I kind of...
You've done the Logan Paul, eh? -2 points, that should be, but...
You pull your head back and I see the shot straight away, this right hook.
I do this a couple of times. I pull my head away, but I don't bring my hands with it. You catch me with another good shot in the third round as well.
So that's the right hook lands. The left hook, well, you could say it was a left cross that really... It just hits you on like the side of the head.
Yeah. Kind of hits me. I'm surprised it didn't do more damage because sometimes those shots that catch you in this area are the ones that put you down. Like
there was another right hook that landed. That was like the top of your head because you was facing down at this point.
Yeah.
So I didn't. I landed left hand on it. Well, no, I hit it gloves.
Body shot is way open for you there though, but I'm sure there's more body shots. I'm sure you landed there. My guard is open with it.
So let's go back and watch the full thing.
When we look at it in detail, it doesn't. It looks like maybe like probably about 4 punches, like 4 good punches landed there clean. A couple more were grazing or whatever. But I'll tell you what, when you're watching it, if you were watching it like first time, you would have thought loads had landed there. That's the thing, you see. This is why you won the fight, because if it was judges ringside, the clean punch stats, yeah, they were similar. But when you see about how many punches you were on target, like, regardless of if they were clean, it's a lot more, like, you know. But so I start noticing, right, every time you threw a combo, almost every time, you would drop your hands and walk a few feet away. And I'm thinking, that's weird. Like, are you having like a reset or like a breather and then getting back into it? Like, not like a breather to catch your breath.
I think at the time I was thinking you were facing down. If I threw more punches, I was just wasting energy because I wasn't landing. They were either on gloves or just landing on top of your head.
Yeah.
So I have a walk around, try and get you. I was trying to get you to come at me.
Right, yeah.
Because
that's not my face as well. I'm just thinking. Do you know what I'm thinking? Because obviously when I was new, and a lot of sparring sessions leading up to this fight, unless I was versing someone at a similar skill level to me, which didn't happen a lot, obviously they would throw flurries and I would do exactly that. So I'm thinking, this is going to go right. I knew I was pretty sure the fight was lost at that point. But I'm just thinking I gotta get this back, otherwise I will lose.
Right, you miss a job by quite a margin, if you don't mind me saying.
Yeah. No.
And I kind of, I don't know if I had smirked again or if I just looked at you stupidly.
I think you smirked. I'm not sure. I don't know if I remember. I hope you smirked because it makes my left hand look better. I remember I threw a left hand, didn't I?
Look, it was just me. And I go to feint the jab downstairs.
You was a massive feint. That's the thing. You leaped in with the feint.
So we'll go back to it now. So I'm doing my circling. You jab missed by a margin. I look at you.
You looked at me as if I was stupid for throwing a punch. Like
you land the left hand, but my shoulder kind of deflected it.
Yeah.
So let's go back.
I will say you did take a little bit of the sting off it. I think that was one of my cleanest punches, like hardest connecting punches in the fight. Yeah, you do hear it as well. I remember that. Like I don't know if I can even hear the fight on the stream. Yeah, you can hear
it. I just switch. I go on a bit of a jog here now. Because the footwork didn't allow me to go side to side.
You would like hop as well when you change stances. You would like do like a switch step and jump in the air and then land down in a different stance, which was looking back a little weird, but like I know it worked, didn't it? Like
I think it'd be alright. There was a really shit thing that you go to land a shot and you look at me attempt to parry your shot. Now that's quite good for someone with the experience I had. Like watch this now. See, I got the parry it. They weren't that bad. There's worse been about.
Oh yeah, that's decent, that. Yeah, you parried with the right hand. Obviously, I'm watching the stream right now, so it's about 10-15 seconds behind.
Yeah.
No, so I got the high level stuff.
I go the circle. I'm circling to my left now, and you're blowing your nose.
Oh yeah, I wasn't sure if my nose was bleeding because I knew a couple of shots had caught me on the nose at that point, and I'm thinking, oh, it's not it. But when I rubbed you on my glove, I was eating you with snobs the rest of the fight then, basically. But nah. Nah, my nose was running for whatever reason. I don't know, because I guess I'm breathing a lot, and obviously, like whenever I run, for example, you get that mucousy stuff, don't you? So.
I take a half step in. Bjorn, then land a jab.
Yeah, I don't know why I was getting caught with that jab. That's how little I was throwing. My
I
my
was getting,
range in this fight was off, I think.
I was getting you to. I noticed you parrying the jab, so I went to jab downstairs, and I brought my hand up.
Mm. Do you know what? I think if I had a time machine, I would have loved to have fought like me now. I would have loved to fought me then. I think I would have. I think I would beat myself up then more than you did on the fight. You know, because there's so obviously. Well, one obviously I know what my head was like, but like, you know, the amount of holes in my game then. If you now fought me then, you probably would have stopped me. Because you would throw more. Well, I think me now or you now versus me then would stop me. But it just it shows how bad it was then, but it also shows how much we've improved, which is good. I think me now fighting you then, I don't know if I'd stop you because you are tough. To be fair, you was then, but like
And the thing was, Beard. Now me and you are more experienced. We can have a look now. Obviously, we didn't know when, but at this moment, you was just looking at me, and you wasn't cutting the ring when I was sidestepping Beard now.
Yeah, I hadn't really fought like many people that wouldn't constantly put pressure on me because most people I sparred was shorter, so they would just walk me down and they would normally do the cut in the ring. So I hadn't really had that much experience with me coming forward. So it was a weird thing. Like I think I said about this when I made a video talking about the Sam fight when it was coming up. I said it sounds like a weird strategy, but in the build up to the Sam fight, I said I want to spar with less experienced people because I want to learn how to come forward on those less experienced people and work on my aggression. And that is what I did. I did spar less experienced people when I did spar. I didn't spar that much, not as much as I did for this fight. But he kind of landed a jab there.
I'm trying to freeze for a minute. Oh, I keep missing it just.
It was like I was like just. I was on the margin between in range basically. So you like touch me with it basically.
I think I just touched, like literally like a
I
Conor
wouldn't call it a
McGregor.
clean shot, but you know, it's good for finding range anyway.
You land a
Yeah.
nice left hand on me, Beer.
Yeah. It's massively telegraphed though, if you see it. I dropped my hand as well, my right hand.
You land the left hand, so I'm getting a bit more defensive.
Yeah.
Because even though you wasn't hurting me, you had the power to respect, and obviously if you landed loads of me, I would have lost the fight. So
I had enough. There was enough behind it for you to go. Okay, I can't get caught like that all the time.
So I had my right hand glued to me, Beer. I don't know if I'd jab.
If I had a time machine, I would go back and I'd like tap on my shoulder and go, "Oh, I got it!" Like I would love to fight this fight with my skill set now. Like, I bet everyone would be like, "Where have you been training, Ben?" if I could do that in like however long I trained, like 3-4 months.
I believe I landed jab near you because your eyes like kind of shut, but I don't know.
I don't know. I was very active back then.
So at the end of the first round, you go Big Josh, bro.
Oh yeah.
Waterboy Josh.
Yeah. Like,
I'm struggling. Like this is for kind of like an inside meme that I'm struggling to get the gum shielding. I'm munching, bro.
I swear I'm telling you, go in your corner because for whatever reason, when I felt uncomfortable you not being in your corner. I don't know why, but I swear I said it to you twice. Go in your corner.
Can I just say, fair play. Josh said to me, Niall, you gotta stop fainting and follow through your punches.
What? He's giving you advice?
Yeah.
I had no advice between that round. Literally, between the first and the second, no one gave me any advice. And between the second and third round, Ben Feynman was there, and he just said, "You can't get it so much."
What did he say? Sorry.
He said, "You gotta stop getting it so much."
That's
And
good
I'm like,
advice.
yeah, didn't tell me how. I know it was either that or he said something like, "You got to throw more," which it's obvious, yeah, looking back, but like, it's he didn't really give me much constructive. I didn't get much constructive advice. It wasn't like when he does this. There was no reading into you from anyone. Like, there wasn't much experience. They were all basic advice, but I didn't really get much. So bloody hell, Josh, where's my bloody advice now?
So you was just jabbing, but you was missing. I was fainting again, but no.
Yeah. Don't worry, I'm still on the call. My camera's going to turn off for a sec.
Circling outside of a ring. Now, Ben, I got to ask you a question.
Yeah, go on.
What was this jab? It was like you was
Okay,
trying
so
to...
I thought he was going to throw a punch there because I noticed you come within range and I was expecting a jab. So I was going to parry it if you were going to throw
It
it.
was like
But
you
at
was
the
trying to
same-
tap the top of my head.
Tag. No, like literally, I wanted to throw a punch, but I was, like I said, I was so afraid and so reactive at the time that I thought a jab was coming back. So for some reason, I decided I wanted to parry instead of jab as my arm was half extended. So I was going to throw a jab, but then I parried it instead. And I'm thinking, I obviously then the second time, you actually do throw a jab, but I connect first.
Like, this is a good freeze frame view, right? I got to land, I got to throw, but I deflect your arm up.
Mm.
Like, if I can find a good point view now. The trajectory of your punch changes, and I land mine and you land yours. Your jab was better than mine.
Yeah. I think mine was clean. Yours was like a grazing shot,
So, you land that.
That's the thing with this fight. I landed less punches, but like when I did connect, it was better connections than you. But you had more clean connections than me anyway. But you did have a lot of like grazing shots. There was at least a dozen of those during the fight.
Like, I
You
could
had more
see...
clean shots than me. That's right.
I could see your right arm was out, bruh, so I thought I could catch it with a left hook. Obviously, it was a slappy left hook.
Aye.
So here it is.
I don't know if you will see, but do you notice how I like stumble a little bit when you hit me with that? It looks like I got hurt from it, even though it wasn't a hard shot. It wasn't, obviously it was a slapping shot, wasn't it? Oh no, was it that? I can't remember. It was a combination some way, and I do a little like stumbly thing with my legs. It's because of my nerves. My legs froze for a second, and then I was like, and then I kind of got back into my stance, but I looked like a bloody wrong.
So you get out the way of my right hand that follows it.
Mm.
When I'm stuck in like a southpaw, so I go to jab you again. I think I land because I see your hair coming up.
Mm. You might. There's a lot of punches here. Look, when we dissect. Oh yeah. When we're dissecting it, I didn't realize how it was probably a good few punches that.
And the reason I stood back was because I was squared up, and when you squared up, the punches have more of an impact.
Mm. Do you know another reason I'd love to fight this fight now is because I'm taller now than I was then. I'm about 6 foot, 6'1" on a push now, but I was about 5'10" at 5'10" and a half at this point. So I'll tell you what, that left hand, bloody hell, that left hand I threw. You pulled the punch out of me really. I wanted to try and do what I done in the first round where you were coming forward, I'm moving back, and then all of a sudden I plant my feet and throw a left hand down the pipe again. But obviously it didn't. You moved, but you retreated a bit quicker than you retreated, and instead of holding your ground. So
I landed another left hook, but I noticed the slapping left hooks they weren't effective, but they were distracting you from your job in hand. So even though they were shit shots, they were just very distractive.
Yeah. That's all right. This is the shot now. It's like a slappy left hook, and you it's like kind of catch me on the side of the edge there with like your palm a little bit, and I do a little stumbly thing. Yeah, press play with it. You'll see it's like I do a little stumble. My feet freeze for a sec, and then my legs like go. They look a little unstable like for a sec, which is weird.
I
That's
did
just because.
catch you. I did catch you right in a good spot where you can't quite see it.
Let's have a look at.
I played again, Bruno. And yeah, you can see you have to bend. Like, I don't know if the shot was heavy. Probably wasn't.
No, I don't think I don't remember it being. I do remember it was a couple times in this fight with my legs. Like I didn't feel like. I felt like I was trying to control somebody else. Like it's like.
And obviously, I was having success with the wide left hook, so if the wide left hook started, like I saw the combination of you, but this combination, I remember you punched me in the neck, and
You jabbed me hard for that, didn't you? I remember that.
if I jabbed you really hard, like it was a proper step-in jab, and it hurt, so I tried to retreat after it, but I'll play a year for you now anyway.
It might be this when I land my only body shot of the fight after this combination, because like I said before, like almost every time you threw a big
can you see, bro? You like shove my neck, and my head like goes back.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah,
like,
geez,
I was
pushed with the jab.
I was look at my face now after you do that. I just come in. I want to take your head off.
Oh yeah. Your face,
Watch this now. So you do that. My face really gets angry, and I punch you on the back of the head a couple of times. A bit dirty for me. Uppercut. You punch me. You have a good left hook on me, which catches me in the neck. Good left hook in the clinch.
Kind of catch me with an uppercut. I think it's partially blocked with my arm, but I think it just about reaches me. To be fair.
So I give it with a hard
push power. You with that, and I push with the jab as you're looking in your neck. I see the look in your face. You're like oh, that was a good job. To be fair, that was like, well, it's right hand as well. So you went southpaw.
And you can see me sucking in now because you punched me in the neck.
What I will say is I did notice that. I didn't even realise it hit you in the neck because my eyes were closed. But I thought you were. I thought you was taking a breather after a big combo like you done before, and I'm thinking, I might want to. I don't know. It wasn't this one. I think it's later on in this round actually, because there's a couple of those in that corner, where you throw a combo and then take a step back. Obviously you've done it 3 times at this point. I don't know if that was a clean jab there.
Yeah.
I do hit you again. I do catch you with a jab there. Yeah. But there's a couple of times I notice you retreat after a big combo. I'm thinking, is he trying to take a breather? And it's like, it looks like you are having a reset. Like you drop your hands and you don't do much for a few seconds. I'm thinking, maybe that's my time to throw back, like assert my dominance after he's trying to assert his. So I go after, I think, another combination. I think you jab me again there then. But I throw a jab to the head, and it kind of lands. You go to bring your hand up, but it like skims the top of your head a little bit. It wasn't hard anyway. And then I slow jab to the head to make you guard up, and then I throw a left hand to the body. One of my best shots, really. You can hear it loud.
At this point, I was really sucking her up, and not from tiredness, from the neck shot.
I've never been hitting the neck. I've been hitting the balls, hitting the thigh. Thanks to you, isn't it? You punched in the leg in my second spot. But,
I remember that shot because I went to jab you to the body, and you was on your toes. So when I hit you, you was about 6'4". It was funny.
I didn't realise you done it. I remember like you threw a combo at me, and obviously I feel the pain a few seconds later. But you end the combo you threw. It was like the second, third round or whatever that we done, and then you go, "Oh, sorry, but," and you touch my gloves. I see you wanting to touch gloves. So I touch your glove, and then like a second later, I feel the pain in my leg. I'm thinking, "Oh my god, I've never been hit in the leg before." Like, jeez, like your accuracy wasn't the best though. I know you were saying about your hand-eye coordination. I think recently it's got really good. It's done like a complete 180, I'd say. Like especially like this spar and the second one, you notice a lot. Like your accuracy with the punches. Like I think you threw 90 odd, but you only landed like 35, 40. Like, your success rate was a lot lower than mine. I think I landed like 55% of the punches I threw. Yeah, it was still low, but I think you landed only like 40%.
Yeah.
But that, I think that's just because of my natural accuracy with my punches, whereas obviously you had to acquire that skill yourself.
So sorry about that. I was getting a drink,
Sorry, what?
but you're looking at me, sizing me up,
I'm really trying to like make me think, oh, what's he gonna do next?
and sometimes that was the second time I done it. Sometimes I wouldn't throw the jab. I would just put left arm out to gauge range and to make you think.
Hmm.
And to be fair, at that point, my chin was decently, wasn't in the ceiling, and it
No, no,
wasn't touching my shoulder, but it was decent.
it's not bad. It's not bad. What I will say is that for a while, I will say this fight, I didn't fight how I used to fight back then. I think in some cases it's a good thing because I used to stand quite upright before. But you see, but yeah, I'm leaning down a little bit.
Yeah,
My
you're
chin
quite
is
level
isn't.
with me at this point.
Yeah, yeah. Like I used to fight very upright. I would have locked like quite a bit tall. You stood pretty upright most of the time as well. You sometimes, especially like when we used to sit in the chairs in school and we would do it. I noticed about how you were here a lot. You was always here, and it was always a bloody pain. You was always like a distance away, and I always noticed like we were like it was a few inches between us, but like if we fought and you done that style in a ring and I done mine, it looked like either we'd be the same height or you'd look taller, just because I try to don't want to give away all my tactics, sorry, but like my chin beer is a little bit more down than it was, less up than it normally was at the time, which is probably a good thing
As you can
because you do
see,
it
Bew,
a
as
good shot.
well, my hand position is where it should have been all fight.
Yeah, it's better.
This is where it should
If
have
your
been.
hand was a little bit higher up, unless you're about to throw, I'd say your right hand should be a little bit higher up, but it's similar to what it should have been. Mm. My hand
So,
position was changing the whole bloody fight to us. I think it was
so
always
I
bloody
seen,
proper
I
chin.
caught you. I wouldn't say I caught you with a surprise.
Oh,
It,
it
it,
was a
de-
surprise. I'll give you that. It was a
it,
surprise.
it depends how you interpret it, but at this point, I seen you stalking me, and I was thinking he's looking to land something, so I'm gonna shoot in when he doesn't expect it. Because for good 10, 15 seconds, I didn't do much.
Hmm. I'll be
I
honest,
just
right? When the fight had just happened, I didn't remember much about the second round, and I think it's because of this punch, if I'm honest. Because you done a Deontay Wilder. If you look at one of his fights, he does this. He jumps with his jab, probably covers about like 8 feet with his jab, and then throws the right down behind it and knocks the guy out cold. And you hit me with a good one. It doesn't hit like it kind of hits above my ear a little bit because I go to cover, but it was a good shot regardless. One of the most harder shots you hit me with in the fight, I think.
and
But
I think I was because I proper turned my hips and I.
yeah, you did, yeah. Oh, that was a good punch. I'll give you that. Obviously, it weren't 100% clean because I was about to guard, but I'm glad it weren't looking back because
And after you landed the shot, purely because my chin was up.
I will say
This
it's good of me to throw back right away.
and it was a good shot.
Mm.
But watch after you land it. You
Oh,
time me
yeah.
coming in. Lovely shot.
Ah,
Lovely
not bad.
shot.
Kind of gauge you with my right and then throw the left. Then I close my eyes in, innit? So I didn't. Your head is way back here, innit?
It's
Jeez,
cause you.
you're
It's
looking
cause
at the
you
clouds,
land
man.
as well.
You notice there was a spider in the corner on the ceiling. That's what it was. No, but no, yeah, I did notice that when I did it, your head would go back, even if it weren't necessarily
You
that
go to
powerful.
land a left hand view and I time you back in the southpaw stance. So
Mm.
I'm gonna play it all the way through and then we'll break it down.
Yeah, yeah.
That was a lovely left hand, bro.
It was decent. Probably one of the most technical shots I landed. Like, timing you coming in and that. Probably one of my
But
worst shows of defense, though. That's the thing. I
you
wish my
can
hands
see.
were.
Did you see the left hand I landed when you tried to throw another one?
I'll press play with it. I am a couple seconds behind now because I'm watching on the stream.
So I land a left hand because you try and land another one, and that's the best shot. If I did that freeze frame, I enjoy that freeze frame. I'm sorry.
Oh, that was good. But I think I might have seen it, and it was a hard shot. I mean, I'm laying my head on the rope there. I mean, bloody hell. It was a good shot, don't get me wrong, but I feel like a lot of the times my reactions were a little too late, a lot. They were slightly late. It's probably because I didn't spar for like 3 weeks before the fight. It might have just affected it a little bit, but because of my reactions being a little late, I would start moving my head, then you'd catch me, and it would just push my head even more, so it would swing my head a lot. There was a couple of shots in this fight where I would try to get out the way, would be a little too slow, you would catch me, and I would just push my head even more. I'm not saying they didn't hurt, they did, but I feel like they didn't hurt as much as they would have if I didn't move.
I feel like as well this is the closest I got to stopping you.
Yeah, because of my defense being bad. My defense, my hands were a bit closer to my head with the other shots, with the other combos, like, but my hands were on your shoulders, like, for whatever reason. I mean, I don't know why.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Maybe you wanted to clinch.
That might have been it, actually. That's a good idea. Like I said, I don't remember a great deal about what was going through my mind at the actual time. Obviously, I remember more about the second round now than I did then, but in terms of what I was thinking, I don't really remember that much. I wasn't thinking much after getting caught with that big shot, if I'm honest. But it is hard to. It's hard once you've got hit with a massive shot, and you're not 100% there, and then you have to think about the little bit, what's the word? The little things your opponent does wrong when they throw in combos at you. It's hard. Like,
I think our right hook may have hurt you. Judging from your action, I'm not sure. But
I'm not sure. Press play there. Let me see what my reaction is.
That's your reaction, bro. Proper, like.
I tell you what it was. You stopped, and once you pull your hands back, I was expecting another big shot. Because you stopped at like what I was. It felt like you stopped halfway through your combo.
At that moment, if I'd put a right hook down to your body like a solid one, I think it would have put you down.
It would have done something. I'll be honest. I don't know. You see, just with putting me down, it's a hard thing because I'd never been dropped, and it was that mental barrier in my mind. Like I can lose the fight badly, as bad as however bad I lose the fight. I said to myself, I ain't getting dropped. So unless you hit me with like a liver shot that forced me to go down, I don't think I would have dropped.
So
I'm not, there's no saying, like, you don't really know.
Admittedly, now I was blowing.
Yeah. I remember, like I said, every time you threw a combo, you'd go to the other side of the ring, and you wouldn't do that much for a good like.
I'd parry a jab. And you time a lovely body shot here.
Yeah. Body shot was one of my best shots of the fight.
And it didn't hurt, but they slow you down. I don't care what anyone says. Body shots slow you down.
Yeah.
So really now, when you see me jogging, that's me getting the energy back in myself.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think our body shot was definitely like top 5 my best shots in the fight, because there was a few of them that didn't really do much. But like,
if you
that's what I feel like.
This is if you I back my chin, but I feel like if you landed the shot beer, it could have changed the fight purely because if you landed a good flurry beer, I think it would have been your round.
I don't know, because it would have changed the end of the round. It would have been like, oh, was Ben coming back there? It would have changed my mentality going into the next round, thinking, oh, I caught him here, But it's just hard because I didn't really catch you with like 2 punches in a row. You know, it would always be like 1 year, 1 there. But like there was no combos. You know,
Props to myself. I do have good reactions and good reflexes as well.
you sound quieter, but I did hear you. But you're sounding quieter on your on the call. Is your phone
Apologise.
play
I
something?
apologise. Is that okay?
It's still pretty quiet, but
Can you hear me now?
I could hear you anyway. It's just you're still a little quiet. That's all.
Is this okay?
It's a little fuzzy.
Hello. Hello.
It's
Is that
still
good?
quiet a little bit. Thing is, if the stream, it might struggle for the stream. You see, when you're playing, because I checked the stream on my thing. You can hear me when I'm talking. I don't know how loud I'm coming across as, but
My
if it's
desktop audio is turned down a bit because of Fight
oh,
Night Champion.
yeah. Oh, right, yeah, it's better now anyway.
Right, so you land. Well, you don't. Sorry, I forgot.
I miss.
I duck down. Will I go on a jog to get some energy back?
I will say that head movement, and there's one in the second round as well, near the very end. You dodged like good, like what there was like there's a couple times I threw a 1-2. I think I caught you with a jab there. I wish we had like more cameras on it. Like I wish we had like a camera like on the side of the ring, so we could see those other shots on other perspectives.
This is your best punch of a fight, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, I caught you walking through my range. Why'd you do that? But like, why'd you walk right through my range? I don't know why you done that.
At the time, I think, if I can remember right, I was a bit tired. And I think Jeff said 20 seconds left.
Oh, did he?
So I wanted to end the round, really.
You just like, oh, just not do much now for the end of the round. I think you got annoyed as well because I remember I caught you with 2 left hands in a row. Really,
when you land that shot, you woke me up. Because you kind of woke me up.
Oh, right, yeah.
Because my concentration was going a little bit.
Right.
Because I felt at the time it was pretty one-sided.
Right, yeah.
So you land this and you really, that was a good shot. I tried parrying it.
There's a second left hand I catch you with. I remember you threw a left hook at the same time, and it really goes to show the power difference. There wasn't much power behind that shot, though. I'll be honest. The first left hand I catch you with, though, it was a good shot. One of my smartest shots. It was like one of the best, like one of my best picking shots. Like in terms of that, like I picked the shot pretty well because you walk right through my range. It took me like half a second to realize, oh, he's there. I catch you when you're open, feint the jab, and last time I threw to the body. So I'm thinking this time I'm going to throw another left hand to the head and try and bait you into dropping your hands like what you should have done the first time. So I go to feint the jab again, but instead of feinting and just pretend, almost throwing the jab, I instead throw the jab, but hold my hand out there and not bring it back to my face.
And that's a mistake you made because it allowed me to see what was coming.
Yeah.
And I decided to just go for it because at that point I was cheesed off. I was walking up with your left hand. So I landed left hook, and like you said, it shows the difference in power.
Yeah, I hit your head, and your head goes back like a couple inches. I go to the other side of the bloody ring, like bloody crazy.
I'll play it all for you now.
Yeah, it's a decent left hand from me.
That's the best left hook I landed of fight, and that was a genuine like.
Yeah, that was probably one of your best left hooks. One of your best shots that wasn't like where you weren't right up next to me. Because obviously you had some good shots when you were throwing combos, but in terms of picking your shots, yeah, those few seconds were good IQ from both of us, I think. Because obviously I pick a good left hand as you're walking through my range, and then you you spot that the right side of my head is open, so you throw a good left hook down when I throw as well. So it's good IQ from both of us in the space of like 5 seconds here.
So I land the left hook and I know there's 5 seconds left. So I decided to go on southpaw and do a little feint downstairs.
It was a good feint actually. It was a little slow for a feint, but it was. I liked that you leaned down as well to really feint to the body. I didn't even notice, if I'm honest. You could have thrown that jab. Probably would have got me, but yeah, it was. Tell you what, it was good left hook actually. Really, really good.
So that was the end of round 2.
Yeah, I remember Baron didn't record this. I don't know why. He recorded in between the second. Did he record?
No, he didn't record between the second and third.
But yeah, inconsistent like.
I would have uploaded like breaks during the fight otherwise.
I remember I asked you, didn't I? Like I said, if it's Baron again, or because you was gonna record the fight with me and Sam, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's your channel, and I said to you, don't start recording when we get in the ring. I want you to record like us coming out, like, you know, putting the head guard on, the gloves on, us getting in the ring, Jeff talking to us, and like the immediate time after the fight. Like, you know, when we had an embrace after our fight, I'm thinking, obviously we didn't get that on camera.
Yeah, and it would have improved the immersion.
Yeah, it would have felt like a bit less like an edited video, like, you know, because all this there is us touching gloves and the fight basically in this video, and obviously as soon as the round ends, the next one starts, and I'm thinking, you know, if they caught that, you know, if there's a moment like that again with me and Sam, I don't think it would have been, well, depending on how the fight went really. If it was a close fight with me and Sam and we had a barn burner, like, and we had a really good fight, which it probably would have been, because
I feel like
Sam's strategy.
Sam's strategy was to come and bulldoze you.
Yeah, and obviously my strategy was to basically, well, I saw an example of it was basically what Jake Paul's last 2 fights, what he done against Gibb and what he done against Nate Robinson, basically. Beyond the back foot, but
you know, when
laser shots down the pipe, basically.
You know, when I tell you I wanna spar you again, like obviously there's restrictions, and I wouldn't say restrictions particularly. It's all to do with each individual's comfortability with what they want to do, specific moment in time.
Yeah.
And I want to spar you, and I wasn't biased towards you and Sam.
No, he was actually good about it, to be fair. He was less biased than I was expecting it to be. You did tell me it would be easier for me to win than it would be for Sam, but you never said you think this is going to happen or you want this to happen.
And my reasons for saying that is because you was improving a lot. And I truly believe
it was a big improvement.
You was, and I truly believe you was understanding your own. And what I mean by it's easier to win was, for you could have just sidestepped and jabbed. But with Sam, because of his lack of boxing experience, he was going to come and bulldoze you, and that was his only way to win.
Yeah.
He wasn't going to win a range.
No.
If he came and bulldozed you, he could well have won, you know?
Yeah. You did tell me, though, didn't you? Remember when we were doing like a spar or something, and or in school, and we done something on, I mean, it was like right up close, and you said, tell you what, Ben, you're actually pretty good on the inside. And it was a surprise to me and you, because there wasn't many times before that where I would throw when someone was that close to me, because you see in this fight, every time you got within range or with up close, I would cover up, I wouldn't throw. I would only really throw if it was at like medium range or further. So the first time I ever done anything, we had our shoulders touching, you know, like in terms of like right up close.
Yeah, right in the pocket.
Yeah. When I was the first time I ever done anything like when someone was in the pocket, like, and when I realized that I was decent at it, I'm thinking, you know, it's if Sam sticks at range, he's screwed, hands down. One, he's not experienced enough to even know range anyway, even if he was good at that. And obviously the fact that I had a few inches of reach on him would make it worse. If he was at range, he'd be screwed. But even if he came close, I was thinking it probably wouldn't be the end of the world for me, like, because it probably wouldn't be a massive difference in ability there, like. So obviously, yeah, you probably still win the exchanges on the inside, but it's not like it wouldn't be night and day probably. That's what I mean. So I felt so confident and so comfortable, and because I knew the stakes. I hadn't talked trash. I respected Sam, and I'm thinking I wasn't nervous last time. I had a feeling Sam was nervous, so I'm like, do you know what? I was a little nervous. Don't get me wrong. On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being no nerves, 10 being how nervous I was with you, I was like a 6 with Sam. So I was nervous, as everyone is to an extent, but I wasn't like, it wasn't paralyzing like what happened with me. Like I wasn't gonna freeze. You saw me. I was warming up and hitting the bag and shadow boxing and dancing around, working my footwork, getting my feet warmed up ready because I knew I was gonna have to move a lot in that fight.
Yeah,
But
and I feel like Sam wasn't doing it for anyone.
nah.
Rather
He was
than
just
him,
doing it because he wanted to. I was doing it
yeah,
to prove.
and when you want to do
Fine.
something badly for yourself, I understand that you don't want people really knowing your business.
Mm.
And like that's what is new. I think he didn't like the attention that came with it. And that's
Mm.
fine, you're not doing it for attention at all, you're doing it to beat the other person up.
And I respect that. I mean, that's the whole point of boxing. But the thing is, obviously, sometimes because obviously he offered me to fight, didn't he? Because I put a thing on my story one time saying, "Oh, does anyone want to fight in March 2020?" And this was like in September. Obviously, it would have been a long-term thing. And he said he was down, and I said Sam is down to fight in March on my
Yeah,
story.
yeah.
He offered a fight with me basically, and then obviously I remember because obviously I wanted to give him enough time to train a decent amount. Obviously it would have given him like 6 months of training if
Yeah,
he
and
trained from September to March.
I feel like without coming across as disrespectful, I don't want to disrespect you, but honestly, I feel like because you lost against me, that was part of the reason why you took the fight, and that's part of the reason why people did want to fight you is because they seen you as beatable.
Yeah.
And
But I had more fight opportunities than you after our fight, even though most people normally call that a winner, don't they?
yeah,
But
and
you know,
I'll go into that in a bit now about the future after we finish this fight.
yeah.
So this is the start of the third round now. Come out think then.
Oh, I was gonna say, did I have a good start of the third round? But then I forgot there's that shot that you're probably gonna replay a couple times now. When we get
This is the best shot of the fight, and the technique was good.
Oh yeah. Straight down the pipe. I do land a left hand though. I remember you kind of land a jab and I land a left hand down the pipe, but then you do exactly the same to me, but
This
10
is
times that.
this is really good from you. So I'd like do a jump jab, and you see the counter opportunity, and you see my
Yeah.
face going funny because it was a good shot.
That's actually a decent pull counter. Actually, I'm doing a little pull counter basically because I step back with your jab, throw the left hand down the pipe. That's decent actually. I didn't even realise. I done a
And I
bit of
see, and I
pull
and
counter.
I and I don't know if you could say I've done the same as you, but I lean on my back foot and I see the jab
Stop my head
coming.
guard out, didn't it? Go to come in to follow up on the left hand, and I leave my hands are down. Leave my hand out there 1 second too long.
Use and you and I done and you. I can see you see it when it's coming because I can see you
Yeah.
bracing beer.
Yeah. That's probably why he didn't rock me or nothing. If I hadn't seen it coming, he definitely would have. I think it would with most people, really, because it was a good bloody shot, cleanest shot of the fight. Most technical, anyway. I'll give you that.
Boom.
It was bloody good. But you see my head go back as well. Oof, jeez. I tried to pull my head back as well because I see it coming, but I'm already extended towards my punch. So I'm like about to take it, so it kind of catches me nearly. Like I don't know if it was on the chin. It's hard to see with the camera quality, but I think it was like between. I think it was like bottom of my cheek. But I'm glad it landed there because if it hit me in the jaw, I would have been trouble. Like, but I mean, I was just too open.
So I think BAU was pissed off, and Oh no, this later on. Sorry.
No, I give you a bit of props. I give you a little nod. I remember I'm like and so, as I sort my head guard out, I knew that was like a big shot you caught me with. But then obviously I catch you with the left hand as Jeff
Yeah,
walks in the way.
Jeff walks quite across.
Oh god damn it, Jeff. Yeah, I don't remember if that was a good left hand or not. But I mean, you see it land.
It looks worse than it is because I'm pulling back and taking the power off it. But like you did land.
Yeah.
And I was switching stances, but you're giving you different looks, trying to confuse you. And then the nice jab where you walk in a tad too much. It was a nice jab.
Yeah, it was nice. Well, it was a decent one. It was on my forehead as well, so I'm glad I took it there and not on my face. Like, that's something that got on my nerves, right? Because when this fight happened, in this fight, I actually threw quite a few punches towards your actual face, but in some spars, right, like, I would be in there, like, sometimes someone would say, oh, just go for it. Because a couple of times I've sparred and someone would just say, just go for it, we'll go for it. And I'd say, all right. But I keep hitting them in the forehead to avoid it in their actual face. And I'm thinking, I'm putting my risk, like.
BU is where my technical problems really show, because I should have landed that jab, I should have stepped in behind it, but because I didn't, I missed by quite a while. Well, that was a comfortable miss.
Let's have a look. Just waiting for it to thing on the TV now. Oh yeah, you was out of range here. Yeah. It's just the thing, you see, I think our range, because we're amateurs or whatever, we're novices at this point, innit? Like, our range finding wasn't the best. You should have doubled it up, but that's what you should have done.
This is the worst. This is the worst thing of a fight. If you
hadn't landed any combinations and you were throwing like that, I think you would have got a lot of crap. I did have a lot of support because that was the thing. You won the fight. You landed more punches, but the punches, like, when we miss him, my missing punches didn't look bad. But, like, you know, obviously my technique was better than you, so I had a bit of props from that. Like, Jake was telling me, like, you know, a lot of people were taking the mick and whatever. A lot of boys who wouldn't have done it, who didn't understand boxing, they just knew that I lost. I got punched more, therefore I'm bad. But, like, Jake was saying, hey, what, Niall isn't even landing that many when he's doing these combos. So it's not like he's beating you up. He was one of those ones, like, you lost the fight, but you didn't lose badly at all.
Yeah, like, and I actually appreciate that. Like, more objective, innit? And like, objectivity goes out the window when you're talking to people who don't know, like.
Yeah. I mean, I'm surprised, actually, about how Jake, like, I realised I had my thumb covering, like, half of my screen. But, like, yeah, I was surprised about how some people, you know, were pretty observant, like, and they realised that, you know, that I probably, by judging this fight, it looked like even though I lost the fight, and convincingly, we had just as much of a future in it as each other. Like, I had the skills and you had the mindset, like.
Do you know if me and you was put together as a fighter, I think we'd be fucking good, I wouldn't lie.
Yeah. I'd have the technique, well, especially at this point, yeah. I mean, your head mindset in this, I'd say, especially when at this point, like, because you knew more about boxing than me, but I knew about how to box myself more than at this point. Like, I held myself in the ring a little bit prettier, like that. You were a bit more sloppy, but you spotted openings, noticed my mistakes much quicker than I could notice yours.
On this part was where you were waving your hands about.
Do you know what? I don't know why I done that. I remember I was thinking, there's a few things I want to do in the fight. I actually was originally, Will Hooser asked me, Ben, when you fight today, bang on your, like, thump your chest like Niall did at the face-off when you walk in for the first round. And I said, do you know, I'll actually do it. But I forgot then, didn't I? Cause I was
you forget you forget because you're just so focused, like.
Yeah. I was gonna, I planned out what I was gonna do. I was gonna thump my chest, walk in the ring, and throw a 1-2 right down the pipe, hard shot instantly. Obviously, that's not what happened, is it? And because I was expecting to meet you in the middle of the ring, so I jumped in the middle of the ring, ready to throw a 1-2 if you come in there too, but you walk around the edge, and I'm thinking, Okay. I guess you did. Oh well, I missed my chance there, innit? So I probably would have forgot to do that anyway, but because I was nervous, I did just kind of want to just go, like, just
I
get in the
think
middle of the ring.
I think now I'm looking. I know there's no long left. I know there's less than a minute left. I'm looking for that big finish
Oh yeah.
to take it out. So you can see me circling to my left because I'm looking for our
Oh,
right hand.
that's a good thing to be thinking about actually. We should be advancing to my right all the time basically because we should be looking at
And as
each other's footwork.
and as you can see, I try, but it's weird because my right hand was my elbow was jutting out. It looks like I nearly hit it with an elbow.
MMA rule book.
And you kind of parry it, so when you look after his film, bro, it does look funny, doesn't it?
A little bit.
It should be coming up on the stream now.
There we are. Yeah. Jeez. Yeah. My hand wasn't A. You probably would have caught me with an elbow on the top of the head guard. Jeez. Tell you what, if I had, obviously I wouldn't have been able to see it either. So I probably would have thought he would have hit me with some really hard shot or something like that. I'm thinking, bloody hell. And I look back at the video, you bloody elbowed me.
So at this moment, I'm doing like a B-Tech Chris Eubank impression, view. Joking. But this pod actually a nice light feet moving round. And we see a moving round now. Setting you up. And the worst thing you could have done, I'll let you watch it now. When I fainted, I draw your hands right to your head.
Yeah. Hands came
And
right
that
to my
allowed
head. I
me
think
to
you
just.
noticed that when you gauged it.
So
You done a good job.
I show him again, view. I fainted. And your hands were up.
You caught me with a good left hand as you came in for the combo as well. And it's hard to see on it, but when you look at it, lands good on the chin as well. It might have hurt me, might not have, because you can't be with a right hand there, and then you can't throw another one again as I turn to the left when I turn to the right. Sorry, when my back hits the ropes.
Yeah, you hit me coming in, but I'm not sure if I hit you. I don't know if I did.
I think you did. It wasn't like you didn't fully extend because you see, I threw a left hand as well. My foot, obviously, you can see I'm leaning towards my right, so I probably had no power behind it. But I catch you with the left hand there, but obviously your right was a lot harder than what I hit you
Yeah,
with
and you
there.
can see the weight difference. I think the weight difference was about 9 pounds. Can't remember.
No, more than that. You was 132 when I was 118.
Oh
It's
yeah,
stone.
123 is in mind
I
for me
didn't.
for you. I don't know why.
Nah, I 123. That's 8 stone 11. I didn't hit that until I was on a cruise. End of 2019. Because I put on £5 on the cruise, and I put on about £6 in 3 months training for you. Then I put £5 on in 2 weeks. Not even that, on a cruise, like on
So
holiday.
I
Like
can see you
ridiculous.
kind of like pulling to your left. So I land a right hook.
Good right hook. Well, it connected well, except you kind of landed with these knuckles, with these ones,
And
not
then
really with the best knuckles.
when I try a double right hook beer and I see you pulling out. So the right hook beer, it didn't land.
I do the same thing again. I do the thing I done in the first round I mentioned. I pull my head back, but I don't bring my hands with it.
So I'll play it all for you now till I land like that big right hook.
Nice.
And
That was good.
that was probably the second best shot being the original. Right, the third round was arguably one of my best, but then we'll see now. You land a lot of jabs towards the end.
Yeah, I don't know. When I left the ring, I thought it could have gone either way, because I knew you won the first round because I remembered I hardly threw anything in the first round, and that you done that big combo on me about a minute in, and I was thinking, okay, he took the first round, hands down. Second round, like I told you, right after the fight, I didn't remember much of it, but I did remember throwing a bit more. So I was like, I can't really tell. I couldn't remember enough to decide who won the second round. But all I remembered, because obviously you caught me with a few big shots in this round, I was thinking, I remember you missing a lot because you like twice you try to throw like a 1-2 or a couple of punches and you hit my guard. I remember that, and then what I remembered was jabbing you at the very end. So I was thinking I might have stole that round.
I think the third
So I'm
round.
thinking I have no clue.
I think the third round you could say was close.
It was the closest one. Obviously you won all the rounds, but like,
Because
out of all the rounds, this was the closest.
the first minute and a half was really one-sided, and then the last 30 was one-sided to you in a way.
Kind of, yeah. Because after that, you didn't really throw. You were dodging a few punches, and you would land like one shot, or like a jab or something like that. But it was never like you didn't land any combos. Neither did I. But normally it would be me landing the singular shots and then you throwing combos. But it was kind of, yeah, with the jabs then as well. It really made me. I ended the fight in a good way. I'm glad I didn't end the fight in the corner. Like
right,
this.
so
Like,
the
I'm glad the fight didn't end here.
so the right hook will come up now, and I'll show you and I'll explain my thought process. So it was a nice right hook, and
Lost
as
my
you
head
can
guard as well.
as you can see, I was loading up a bit, and there was a nice right hook, right uppercut, and then you pushed me off.
Notice I hit the thing on my back of my head guard as well. It came loose.
Yeah.
That's the first thing I noticed once you let me up, once you leave the corner. And I tell Jeff about it. And obviously, I readjust it on my actual head, but it's going to slip and slide because of the thing on the back. But he can't see it. So I say, Jeff, my head guard's come loose. And you can't really hear it very well on there because obviously all the walking around and the loud noises in the ring.
And I was
but
confused.
Jeff scared of me.
I was confused, right? So I was just standing there like, what's happening?
He was thinking I was doing a Roberto Duran, was it? Telling him I don't want any more.
But
literally, I told him about it, and he just shook his head, said no. Like, so I just carried on fighting. As soon as I turn my back to him, he spots it and goes, "Stop."
But like, I should have really put it on you, bro.
No, you should have. I shouldn't have given him a chance. So
Yeah,
head
but
guard fell off, and again, no, it would have been dodgy, because you don't want to get caught flush without protection. Like,
I can see you saying something to Jeff, and I'm like, what's happening? So it'll come up on the stream now.
see, he shook his head, and then I walk round, and then he says stop. But yeah, see, I say to him, head guard's come loose, Jeff. Shakes his head. So I just look back at you, try and readjust it again. I spot the boys walking in as well because there's a few people in there. Get back
Yeah,
to
and I can
fighting,
hear him
see-
saying, but it bugs me, right? I can hear him saying something, Niall something, and I can't hear the rest.
Probably saying Niall's winning, something like that.
But yeah, he says stop here, and then we go on to the lovely.
Biran, give him a raise. Bloody hell.
And he catches me, and I land a combo, I believe, when we start up.
I don't remember this bit very much. My neck just clicked as I turned my head. Bloody hell.
But I'll play it again for you now. 2 seconds. So he catches me. I land like a shitty left hand on you, and you nearly land one back. So I've got the stream up here. I'll watch at the same time as you. But I land like left hand, bro.
And I faint again, and I don't follow up. Obviously,
you was always like,
I've done that.
Yeah, you was always like 3/4. You was never 100%. Like if 100% you would have landed. If you get me, the shot was like 3/4 through. If you get me.
Yeah, I would pull it back early. I think it's just because I didn't want to leave myself open too long. Because a couple of times you caught me when I extended. I think I was just trying not to get caught as much. I had a different mentality to what I would have had with Sam. With you, it was like I'll throw 0 so I don't get hit at all. Decent jab for me. I think I catch with 2.
Yeah, you
That's
do
probably my
catch me.
best. Yeah, I think I remember what happened. Oh, good dodge as well for me. That was good. That's best head movement I've seen in this fight. But yeah, I remember. Left hook, nice. That was a weird left hook. That was like an overhand left, wasn't it? It was a lead overhand, like you kind of like arch with it, didn't it? It's,
I was feinting, jab the body, and I come over and I was gonna follow with a right hand, but I think you parried her. I'm
I'm not
not
sure.
sure.
Maybe I blocked like I normally did. I might have just got squared up with my guard or something. But no.
I'll play it again now and we'll go to the end of the fight.
By the time I get to my fight weight, which is welterweight, because I don't know, well, so we'll get onto this later, but I lost weight over quarantine and I'm putting it back on. And once I get to my fight weight of 10 and a half stone, obviously, I'm sure you'll be coming down somewhere near that as well. I don't know where you said you wanted to go to. What did you say? 154? You want to go
I
to?
said between 10 and 11 stone, so anything between 150 and 154, I'd like to fight Harley.
Oh, there we are. But
But if I need to drop to 47, I'll drop to 47. Currently,
I,
well, I'll
I
update
was
you on the weight
thinking,
now in a
yeah,
bit.
I was thinking, yeah, that would be a good play. I think, yeah, welterweight would be a good weight for you to fight him because of the weight he said he was a few months ago. I think welterweight would be a good and fair place, like a fair middle ground, like for you to get to. But yeah, once I get there as well, all three of us will be there. Yeah, good
As you
matchmaking.
can see, I pretty much spit my gum shield out after. But
Yeah, you didn't have an in, did you?
you're back at the screen now, bro. You're back on the
Oh yeah.
screen.
Oh bloody yeah, yeah. It's a presentable again now.
So the
But
fight happened. We embraced. You could see us slapping gloves, and oh sugar knocked over my can.
nice.
I wish
I
I could
remember,
show.
yeah, we touched gloves, do we? And then we have an embrace or whatever. And you'll say, good fight, bud, good fight, well done. And I don't know why, but right after the fight, because of how much I was thinking in the fight and how it was, even though I lost convincingly, it was closer than a lot of my sparring sessions, obviously because I was always getting put in with people who were out of my league. And so they would mop the floor with me most of like 99% of the time. And it was always more one-sided than our fight. So I was thinking I done well. I done better than most of my other spars, I'm thinking. So I was like, I'm thinking I done well. So I'm telling you like, oh, amazing fight, really good. And you tell me, I think I got you 2 rounds to 1 there, but well done for getting in there, and I respect you for
Yeah.
getting in there in the first place, and regardless of what happened, like I think that's where, like, I remember before we got in the ring, I was alright friends with you. Like I got to know you pretty well. I got to know you a bit during the build up to the fight, because obviously I wanted to, while we were organising the fight and before the whole killer mindset came in the last few weeks. Obviously I got to know you a bit, didn't I? And obviously sitting next to you in geography, as annoying as it might have been, I thought that was a good, like, I think sitting next to you in like how many lessons, English,
Oh yeah,
Welsh,
just to
it was a
get her
fit,
out,
wasn't
just
it?
to
Like,
get her out there, it was only annoying because I was in that killer mindset. But if I wasn't in the killer mindset, I don't mind us. You know me, I sat by you sixth form.
yeah, it was plenty. Like, it was loads of things that we sat next to each other in, even like in the build up to the fight. And I think like getting to know you and I, like, before we actually fought and had to focus and that, like, I remember it was weird because by the time we got in the ring, I was friends with you, but like I wasn't like close with you. But I think it was once, because we weren't even friends after the fight with me. I wouldn't say that because I was all salty about it when I was trying to say
I
it
was
was
cheesed
raw.
off. The first 2 weeks after the fight, I was like, you're taking the credit away from me. Just let me have my moment.
Yeah. I kind of cringe looking back at it now. Like, obviously, I know more about boxing and how boxing is judged more now than I did then. And obviously, Logan Paul pulled a similar thing up when he looked at how many punches he landed compared to KSI in their first fight. Like, he showed the stats of how many punches they landed in the round, in each round or whatever, and it says that Logan outlanded KSI in clean shots, like the first 4 rounds out of 6. Trying to say that that's why he should have won. And Vidal even responded saying, "You bringing this up, thinking that only clean punches landed makes the fight, proves how little you know about boxing." And I think about that now. I'm thinking, I basically done exactly the same thing. And even though no one said to me like, "Oh," no one, a lot of people said, "No, you're wrong," but no one ever said why. And it's only looking back, like, I realised that I wish I had looked up and were more educated about the judging of boxing
Mm.
before I said stuff like that. Because it does make me look like an idiot there, not only talking crap and then losing a fight, but then also making excuses. Not excuses, because I think I got fair excuses. It's not like I'm not bloody, what's his name? I can't remember the dude now. I'm not Deontay Wilder, sorry. I'm saying that, oh, I was poisoned, or my bloody suit was too heavy, and not stupid excuses like that. My excuses were fair, but I didn't want to try and change the way the fight looks by trying to say that, oh, by amateur rules, it's only clean punches that are counted. The only reason I said that was because I've played Fight Night Champion, and on there, when you have amateur fights,
Yeah, the
they're
copy,
only
but
counted as punches.
even on professional,
Yeah,
like I don't know if you've seen my career mode, but copy box is a way it's judged, like, and only in close rounds does it go on percentage, and like it's a computerized system, and I hope with a new unboxing game that's coming out. I think it'll come out the back end this year, because I believe it would have been the early part this year if COVID win, but COVID rules on the studio had to drop numbers.
mm.
But on the game wise, it's judged like that. But back to the fight, I felt like I was putting pressure on you. So
Yeah, it was you trying to walk me down and throwing combos and being the active fighter, even though like I wasn't landing as much or throwing, even though I wasn't landing way less punches. I think the punches landed wasn't a mile off. I swear, like, yeah, you threw like 40 more punches at me, but you only landed, I think, like 10 more
mhm.
clean. Because like I said, a lot of your punches because of the lack of technique. Obviously, I was trying to milk it and say that because obviously a lot, like 90% of my punches that I landed were solid, like in terms of technique. Whereas a lot of your punches that landed, you were, they were palm shots, grazing shots, here, this and that. I kept trying to say that punch doesn't count, that punch doesn't count because this and that. I was nitpicking your technique, trying to take advantage of it, really. Looking back at it, yeah, I was. I didn't think I was at the time. But yeah, looking back, I was definitely trying to milk your lack of technique. But, obviously it doesn't matter. Like, if someone was ringside watching that fight and didn't have the time to count up the punches and how they landed, they everyone would have said, like, I'm sure like 99% of people would have said you won all 3 rounds. They're like, But
So
yeah.
how was you after the fight, and how did you? What was the story of you after the fight?
So I remember obviously right after the fight, I thought it could have gone either way because I didn't remember much of the second round or much of the moments where he was throwing loads. Obviously, the big shots he caught me with, I didn't remember right there and then. And I couldn't think about. It seemed a lot of the rounds just seemed a little foggy, especially the second round, because there's a few hard ones you caught me with. But I started coming to my senses and started realizing, like when I was walking home, um, I started realizing that, yeah, I think he won that. I wasn't like upset, like you hear some fighters like crying when they get home and or when they get back to their dressing room. I never had that. I was just like, I was more thinking about going back to school on the Monday. But I was surprised. I didn't really. It got me down for like the weekend, but it didn't get me down as much as I thought it would. I thought I'd be down in the dumps, like unmotivated, because when I did put my effort into something, I screwed it up for myself and didn't train over Christmas, and didn't put on as much weight as I should have. Didn't have, it was lackadaisical with my protein shakes, so therefore I didn't have enough. Whereas the protein shakes, I would have 2 of those a day, each are like 350 calories, and I'd eat a normal daily diet of 2,000 calories, let's say. So that's an extra 700 a day. With the training, gaining the muscle mass, I would put on a pound or two a week, and I would have hit 9 stone 4, which was where I said I'd meet you, innit? Obviously, I said you can come in. I said you could. Obviously, you came in 132, and I said that's fine. You can come in. That's not much. I'll come in 130. You come in 132 or whatever. Obviously, you came in 132. I came in 118. I came in 12 pounds under what I said. I was 8 stone 6 because I did put on. I was 8 stone when we agreed on the fight, which is crazy looking at it, because you was 10 stone 5. I was 8 stone 3. There was 2.5 stone between us, and we was working around that like.
Yeah.
But us halving the weight difference is still good, like. But it was the start of. It was a speed bump, before a smoother road. If you in that sense, like it was obviously a pain, and it was a little bit down putting to know that I lost that, and obviously some people were taking the mick, some people were trying to say that you trained longer, you even had better technique, but he still beat you, and it's like, what do I think my perspective on it though was a little bit more constructive. It was like, it wasn't I looked better and I still lost, that means I'm rubbish at boxing. It was more like, I lost that fight, but I still looked better than him technique. So what does that mean in the future? It's like, it means that even though you won the fight, we had equal what's the word? Capabilities. Like, you had the mindset, I had the skill. And that's why I thought, like, originally I wanted a rematch. This is why I was still salty. And obviously you fairly said, we just fought. 2, I convincingly beat you. There's no controversy about it. Like, unless it's a close fight, or if there's some kind of controversial thing going on, then there shouldn't be a rematch, at least not immediately. Like, and obviously it's up to the people as well, if what do they want to see, and they agreed with it. You said he beat you. It just happened. There's no point. And it was a hard pill to swallow at first, but once I came to terms with it, I think I came out of it probably better than what I would have if I won. Maybe just as good. So that's why I always say, if I had if I could change anything about it, I probably wouldn't. I would maybe make myself a little bit better, but in terms of winning and losing, I probably wouldn't even change that. Like, I would have liked it to be a little closer, but I'm not super bummed now. I'm not upset at all that I lost, and I came out of it more determined than anything. Like, I remember I went back in the gym the next Monday and had the best 3 rounds of sparring I'd ever had at that time. I got in there with a kid who was in my weight class, who was new to sparring but had trained for 4 years in their own house, so they could throw a punch with amazing technique and throw really bloody hard. Ask Burner, right, if you remember too. His name's Zach, and he was a few years older than me. I think I was 15 and he was 17 when I first sparred him, and he hit super hard. He was kind of short. He was in my weight class as well, but I had, like, it was a clinic basically that I put on. It was a striking clinic basically. I just jabbed his nut in and caught him with left hand after left hand, and I would feint, and I would be fainting and everything, and I felt so good after. I'm thinking, that fight wasn't even like my best, and if I could do what I done right after losing, I felt so good for the future, like, if you know what I mean.
I felt no, this is a tough story right after the fight. So I don't know how deep you are or whatever, but starts off nice. It does go downhill, I won't lie. So Saturday, Five Guys. You know, for all the months that
Hey, but you deserved it. You won the fight, so
yeah,
no,
like
never feel about that.
for all the sacrifice I made with diet, I decided to treat myself to a Five Guys on a Saturday. I went to Cardiff for food. On the Sunday, then I played rugby and a game. And a couple of parents come up to me and said, "Fair play, good boxing match." And I was surprised because they're parents, obviously.
Hmm.
And after that, it went downhill because I was thinking, "Oh, there's no goal." Like a part of why I fought there was obviously me being depressed, and I wanted something to. There's a lot of things that factor into the fight. There's a lot of things, and I wanted a short-term goal to do. And I had a bad couple of weeks after a fight. I won't lie, I tried overdosing, and it felt like there was nothing else to achieve. It felt like there was nothing else to do. So I'm after my bad weeks. I did go down to 9 stone. I lost a
Really?
lot of weight from vomiting,
Jesus.
and I was really like skinny. I was really skinny, and oh, and I thought, who else am I going to fight? I need someone else to fight. So I
Mm.
arranged with Harley for May 31st.
No, I remember that.
Was carrying on training in the house, and my technique was still pretty shit. And and on retrospect, I'm glad it didn't happen. But yeah, my technique was still pretty shit. I was working towards it. Then I sparred you in the second spar. It was a good spar. It was
Closer than the first. I'll say that. I think
I
it was close, wasn't it? It was could
you
have
could
gone
say
either way
two
that
one
second
either
spot.
way. 2-1 either way.
Yeah. It was. I
Uh,
remember first round I won definitely. You
first
definitely took the third.
third round was mine. The
Yeah,
second
I
one
took the
was
first. You took the third, and then second was like, because I dominated for the first minute of the second round, but then you dominated with body shots in the second minute of the
yeah.
second
Like I
round.
was
So it's like
properly like focusing
literally,
downstairs, like right
yeah.
docks downstairs.
I mean, like it's crazy how it like went, the fight went a complete 180. Like first round, I dominated. First minute of the second round, I was still dominating. Then all of a sudden, it just switched so fast because you started throwing to the body, and obviously because I hadn't trained in 3 months at that point, because I hadn't trained in like since
I
like
felt
March,
yeah,
and
and
this was
I
big
also
time
felt like there
period.
was no competitive element. So I wanted you to
I
work on
was
your job.
relaxed.
I wanted you to work on your
Mm,
job. And
yeah,
like I
yeah.
say, there's a few things you can work on, and you'd be close to unbeatable of this level,
Mm,
like of a level we are at now. And if you move, jab, pop it out, um, move steadily, don't waste too much energy, you don't, because when you were stalking me and sitting in front of someone, not really like, you know, you're open to a
mm,
lot, and that's one of the reasons I've been telling you, haven't I? I feel like
yeah, yeah.
you sitting in front of me was the reason I won.
Mm,
Um, and yeah, improving and stuff. So I wanted you to like, I was catching a lot of jobs, but like you were still dominating. I was letting your job was inactive. I was looking for space because it wasn't as much pressure. So I was looking to time you downstairs, pop
yeah, yeah,
occasional
yeah.
one upstairs. And obviously the distance to the body was reduced, and because your body can't move.
Mm,
So I was right hand to the body, and the technique was much better for me, I'd say.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'd say it was probably about the same for me because I hadn't trained as much, but you would train from the time to the fight to the time to the next spar. You would train more than me because I trained for about a month or something like after we fought, and then I remember exams started. The
Yeah,
exams started
ramping
coming
up.
up.
Yeah.
The pressure of that really came on. I swear, I went to the gym on the day I had my last exam. Right after I'd done my exams, I went to the gym that day, and I didn't go back in for the whole summer because I don't even remember why. I must have got caught up with something. I'm not sure, but
I
I
did
swear I
go
didn't train for the
occasionally
rest
in
of the
the
summer.
summer. I did go occasionally summer, and you got to run up to the top gate, and that was so hard.
Oh,
But
jeez, yeah, it is hard in the summer because it's just thinner air. As you get dehydrated so easy, and I hardly ever used to take a water bottle with me as well. So I would struggle with that
yeah,
sometimes when
yeah.
I used to have
So
to constantly take trips with the bloody water fountain.
you was popping out your jab in the second when I started swinging them downstairs. Or in the third round, I landed a fucking crack of a shot, and I remember going to the old gym going, ooh,
Yeah,
because I
I,
landed like an overrun left on you.
yeah, it's good.
And I don't know
I
if it
remember that.
hurt you or like made your legs, because it seemed like you froze in one spot. I don't know.
Yeah, I was tired at that point, you see, so my chin was completely open. I done the eye close
The,
thing as well,
the body shots
and I
as
remember
well.
getting caught with it. Oh yeah, yeah. You done a good job. I'll go for that, especially our third round. You didn't stop. You didn't hold yourself back as much as you did in our fight.
Yeah,
Like,
I was
it's
more
good.
pressure. I wanted to see what I was like as a pressure fighter, because obviously I tried to work a range, and then the way to beat you is pressuring you
Yeah,
at the time. So I
I'm
wanted
glad you
to.
said it time then, because anybody you'd be like, oh, I know exactly what to do to beat Ben now. But yeah,
Yeah, but at the time when he wasn't moving, he wasn't flicking a jab out, and he was like covering up, so I was taking him downstairs, and then I go like that, and boom,
I remember that. Yeah,
and there
there
was
was
a
a couple
cork
of
of
good
a
runs
shot,
at
and
that
out of
fight.
the gym going, "Ooh, it was funny when Biran was being a bit of a pussy," and decided to check if you were right. Like,
Yeah,
I have no doubt you was right. I don't know why you stopped it.
I was all there. I was just I
Just,
remember it was just I remember thinking I felt the force behind it, but I wasn't like
and I
disoriented.
think
I know
I
I was a
was,
little disoriented, but I wasn't. My feet was fine. I had my legs under me.
I was
It's
back at
just
like
my
140 as well. I was back about 10 stone, so it would have felt more than it did if it had been
I
like
think
when I
that's
was.
what it was. It was the difference in power to before. I weighed about the same in June that I did in January when I fought you, but you were a couple pounds heavier, and I think that's what I was noticing. The shots were a little harder, and especially your technique went up a decent amount as well.
I stopped
So the force as well was
I
good.
stopped rugby in the April, so my weight started increasing, and it has now. When we'll talk about that, but the weight was slowly. That's when I started the pro, and obviously I turned 16. That was when I was naturally filling out because I filled out. And you can see I filled out when I in that video when I spar in Biran. I do look a bit chubby. I do. You can see I'm a bit more full.
Yeah, you
But
do see a little porky pie on you. I'll be honest, but it's not too bad. It's not like you. It's weird, I don't know. Like, would you rather have the weight just on your stomach, or would you rather have it like all over? Like,
all over, like you can tell it's on my stomach. It just floats, and I'm trimming that off at the moment. But yeah, the weight increased. I sparred you for a second time, and really after Harley cancelled on me because I feel like he didn't want it. He wasn't didn't turn up to the gym once when I asked him to turn up to the gym every day, and he's like, "Oh, I can't, I'm busy," or this and that. Like if you want to fight, you gotta be determined. You gotta come to the gym, make them look like you want it, make them look like because it's about making the gym look. You want the gym to see you as a guy who's dedicated. You know,
of course, yeah. Well, that's
so it
happened to
can
me and
go
Sam
ahead.
as well, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so it
that's
can.
what happened to me and Sam as well because the gym didn't think he was ready for it because he didn't even I'm sure he was, he didn't look like that to the
I
gym,
do
and
think
that's
well, the gym probably messed around and I was cheesed off because I felt like I was very lost. But and a
yeah.
good
I mean,
fight because I remember I was gonna fight the winner.
yeah, there would have been a future to it. Like there would, like with me and you, we didn't know what would have happened after. Almost every time there'd been a possibility of a fight for me, it'd been like if I beat you within this before summer that year, probably in the summer after the exams, I would have gone amateur. Um, and then if I had beat Sam, I would have fought you again, and then after that I would have gone amateur. I wouldn't have waited long either. I remember we did agree at the time, didn't we? Right after the Sam fight got cancelled, we agreed on a rematch. But then like right after, we said, nah, let's just go amateur. And it eventually,
Yeah,
obviously, COVID kind of thwarted our plans with that. But I remember we even shook on it, didn't we? Like right after. But that was like a spur of the moment because we were annoyed, like
yeah.
the fact
But
that this didn't happen. But yeah,
so there's been a lot of fights cancelled.
yeah.
Coronavirus came about, and at the time I agreed with you. You jumped up to like 9 stone or above.
When I was on the day I was going to fight Sam, I was 9 stone 4, and I was
So you
eight
was
stone six
130,
before. Yeah, 130.
and
That's the happiest I said.
another time I was about 152. I was nearly about 11 stone because I'd grown and filled out. I filled out more,
Yeah, yeah,
but I was gonna meet you at like a 140,
yeah, yeah.
and it never happened. But I remember, and now the lockdown happened. I kept boxing. You see my private stories uploading a lot.
Yeah, yeah.
Really of late, my footwork's come about. I did do an occasional session with Bill. I sparred him, and some of that is on, and you can see my jab is pumping out better.
Mm.
And I did put in a nice body shot on Biron. That was a really nice shot. But
Yeah.
have you done any boxing of late?
I've been
So
training in the
20,
house a bit.
20 late 2020, I'd say.
Um, of recently, like I haven't done like much like yeah, it's weird. Now, what you call a boxing session is like pad work, bag work, shadow boxing, and sparring. Sparring is obviously it's like the bread and butter basically of boxing training.
Yeah,
And until about 4 days ago, I hadn't done any sparring since December 2019. I hadn't sparred. I didn't spar at all in 2020, basically. Um, but I done I done a bit of I done quite a bit of shadow boxing. I had never put a time on it. I would just go and go and go, and then once I got tired, I'd stop. I don't know how far I would go each time. Probably I don't know. Let's just say six. I put it in 3 minute round. I would assume it would be 3 minute rounds, but it'd probably be equal to like 6 rounds without breaks, basically.
yeah.
So it's good, like it's decent because they always say you should shadow box 3 times longer than what you're actually going to fight because obviously when you take into the nerves and the occasion
And
and
the
the
actual
fact actually the fact you're actually taking punches as well, that's going to take wind out of you. So if you can go 9 rounds shadow boxing, you can go about 3 in a real fight, so it's alright. Like, but with shadow boxing, I've been doing it pad work whenever there's someone here to do it with me because I live with my mum and my sister. So I always have to wait until someone else is here to do pad work. But that means then, I'm sure it annoys my mum and my sister then that every time we have someone come over, I come down with bloody pads. Like, sorry, but do you mind?
Yeah.
Um, and there's even been someone. I won't mention their name, but there's even been someone that when I do train with them, they used to get a bit carried away, and what they would do was they would cover up, and they'd have a really good guard, and they would cover up, and they would let me throw at them until I until either they said stop or me, until I like hit, either got tired or I had enough. And I would see how many clean punches I could land through their guard, and they were teaching me how to really like put my hips into my shots, because I would throw with my shoulders and I'd move my feet, but I never really put much hip in them, and I wouldn't push from my hip. And I realized that was a big reason why, like in our fight, my punches didn't hurt. When I even in sparring sessions after that, like even as recent as my most recent spar I had with Brandon Houston in December 2019.
And he was one of the
Yeah.
opponents.
Yeah, because I remember you said on it, number one, the first choice would be Harley. 2 would have been a rematch with me if that's what people wanted, and 3 would have been Brandon. But obviously there was asterisks. There was an asterisk above me and Brandon, obviously, because
And yeah, because I don't know if he would have accepted, but when you look at the 3 opponents I mentioned, Harley draws the most attention.
yeah, 100%.
There's more mental aspect to it.
Mm.
2 would have been a rematch with you. The asterisk over me rematching you would have been a weight, because I did peak up at 170 in lockdown. I was lockdown,
Yeah, with me, I done on a complete 180 basically. Because with me, the way my body works is that like if you didn't train now, you would lose some muscle, but you would gain body fat. That's
Yeah.
what most people do when they don't train and they sit around. Not saying you're sitting around, but like if people ate more, or if people just ate a normal amount of food but didn't train and burn it off, like what most people would do is they would gain body fat, and they would obviously the numbers would rise.
And what I would do
But
in lockdown, sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, with me, my body doesn't really hold much body fat. Like I swear an average body fat is something like 20, 21%, something like that.
I'm sitting about 21, 22 now.
Yeah, that's like an average amount. Like it's a healthy amount, and obviously anything under that then is when you start like seeing abs and whatever. Like, but with me, my body very rarely has 17% or above. For whatever reason, my body does not let me, unless I force myself. Like when I come off the cruise, I had 19%, and that was after gorging my face off for 2 weeks and putting on 5 pounds, and I still had a slightly below average body fat. But when I trained for Sam and I weighed myself in the boots, what's the word? Like the digital body fat BMI weight height thing, I was 6 foot tall, spot on, 9 stone 4, or like 9 stone 3.5 or something like that. Obviously, I said 9.4 would be the highest I'd go, so 9 3.5 was fair, and I had a body fat of 14.8%, which was bloody good considering what it was before. Like, I lost about 4% body fat, basically. But like, my point is, I never put on body fat, even if I just sit around and eat. For some reason, I lose it, and my body just doesn't hold it. It doesn't hold any more than 18, 19%. So when I don't train, it's not like I gain fat. I lose the muscle that I get from training. So I lose weight when I don't train, which is weird for most people to understand. So it's weird when most people will be saying, I want to train to lose 20 pounds, or
but you
whatever
want to
their
train to
goal
gain.
is. Yeah, but I'm the complete opposite then. I'm saying I want to train to gain as many pounds back, like that I used to have. But it's a weird thing then, because I remember I was about 9 stone 10 at the start of quarantine, and I lost over half a stone in the first few months.
So what are you right now?
Right now I'm sitting at like, because I lost even more since then. I'm sitting at 9.1, but that's after putting on about 3 pounds in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, like
Obviously, I noticed at that point how far I dropped. I dropped under 9 stone again, and I realized, Jeez, like, because I was bad then. I swear I was like eight, 8 stone 12. I was. That's what it was.
So
Um,
yeah.
it was bad. And
But
I'm 9'1" now, but and I've got like a weekly chart on my phone now. So for 12 weeks, I'm gonna mark every Sunday, end of every week, what I weigh in kilos. Because it's easier to tell on my weighing scale with kilos. But yeah, it was something like 55.5 before, and then I went up to 56.8, which is basically exactly 56. No, I was above that. No, sorry. When I checked last time, it was 56.8 at the end of last week, but it's gone up a little bit more since then. So I'm basically where I was when I came off of the cruise, and then when I started training for Sam. And within 8 weeks of that, I was 9'4", which is decent. And I even got ill and lost most of that weight just before, and I still put it back on and came in feeling good, which is pretty good, to be fair. I remember I put on a few pounds. I was like 2 pounds under the maximum, and I was like 6 weeks out. I'm thinking, oh, it's going to be easy. Just do the proteins for the first few weeks, and then once I hit the weight, forget about it, relax, do the training. Yeah, obviously not gorge myself, but just I don't even need to do the protein then, and I do it if I start slipping a little bit, and just
so
keep on top of it.
yeah.
But obviously I got ill then, and a few weeks into the camp, affected my training for like a week. I had to go off training for like a week. Thankfully, Sam didn't notice, but yeah, I was ill then over like the period, like just like end of October, start of November. And then I went to the Liam Gallagher gig, and I weren't in a good state for training then. If you saw me on business studies, it's like, well, I'm glad I wasn't training that day, but I was back in the next day, I think, and I had a rough mid part of the camp, and I lost most of the weight I put on. So thankfully, I managed to get it back by the end, but it's dodgy basically with my weight putting it on.
Yeah, but Ollie was the first opponent. The Asterix with you would have been what we would have thought. I really don't know. With Brandon, I would have thought of my natural walk around weight, which has given him the advantage, and I was happy to give him the
Mm.
advantage because it would
The
compensate for
skill.
the vast disparity in skills.
Mm. That's the thing,
But
because he walks around. Well, Brandon has. Apparently, he's taller now as well. He only lives down the street from me, you see.
I
So
think he's about
it's
5'11" now. I think he's a bit taller than me.
I've heard he's like 6 foot now.
But
I've heard anyway. You know.
but I would have thought him a natural about 165. I would have come in.
Mm.
When I started losing weight, there was a shade over 12 stone, so about 168 and a half.
Mm.
And now I'm sitting at 164.
That's good.
So I've lost about 5 pounds in about 6, 7 weeks.
That's all right. Obviously, it's not like a quick pace to it, but it's not like the Harley fight is tomorrow,
Yeah,
So
the
it's
Harley fight could be in the summer, it could be 2022. So I want to come in for the Harley fight anywhere between 147 and 154. And
yeah.
150 is it's a round number. To me, round numbers seem,
Mm.
So
Well, it's 10 stone 10, isn't it? So it's
so when you seen me putting on I put on my private story about 6 weeks ago. I'm 20 to go.
all
If
right,
I,
yeah,
and I was
yeah,
signifying 20 pounds to go.
yeah. I mean, it's good though that like you're keeping track of it and everything. Like with the losing weight, it's like it's not like you were overly big anyway. It's like it's not one of those stories where when you have a before and after picture.
Yeah,
In your situation, no one's gonna, even if you're looking, even though if you have the after picture there, no one's gonna laugh at your before picture. But I feel like I would get more comments about, even if I get to 147, which is what I'm aiming for, people would still have things to say about, well, where I am right now. I'm not at a situation where I want to be posting about it just yet, just because it's something that, yeah, sometimes putting it out there will motivate me. Like that's what I've done in my runs, but if there is any hiccups in the road, I don't want everybody knowing about it. Like I done a run today. I didn't post it on my story, my running private story that I used to do, because I was meant to do it 3 times a week, and my goal is to run 10k in under an hour by May, or by the end of May. I can't remember what it was. The sooner I can do it, the better, really. But and at the pace I was doing it at, I had 5.5 months, nearly 6 months to go in my goal before the end of my goal, and I ran 4.3k after a hangover.
Yeah.
And I was very happy with that.
You can see here, I got a graph on my phone that signifies because I've started walking. Obviously, you can't do much now. So I've started walking to shift the weight, and as you can see, graphs per.
Oh yeah.
And
That's good. So there's
today,
days then where your steps up.
so today I've done today, whatever you want to call it. I've done 13,000. I've done about 7 or 8 kilometers. I think could have been more.
That's good. I'll check my steps actually, because I'll see my run, and I have to walk to the Annis to do my run as well. So I'll check that actually.
So Saturday I did 8,000 steps, and then Sunday and Monday I didn't do many. I done 600, but there's a lot of days where I'm doing over 1,000 steps, which is either me running downstairs or mainly I've been obviously learning to driving across the street. I'm still even though I've moved house for July. I've been over here since July the 1st, but there's still stuff over here else I need to get. My mother's busy with work, so she can't commit much time to move all stuff over. And so as you can see, I've been doing a lot of steps now and
Yeah.
then. So August, September, my steps were quite high. But that was because I started walking up to my girlfriend's more often.
Simp. Simp.
I'm trying to find out my weight as of July was 72.5 kilos.
Work out how heavy that is. 72.5.
I'll have to work out. No, that's in July,
it's
now.
It's 160. That's 160. That's alright. It's 159.8. It is, but let's say 160.
Yeah. 159.8. So yeah, but 160 I was, and obviously I've gained more in September, October. It's normal for someone to gain weight in the summer anyway. But yeah, as you can see, the basic is I've gained a bit more weight. I'm at 164 now, so there's about a stone left to go. I'm not rushing. I'm still pretty casual. I'm casually training. I'm not. I pretty much know how Harley's gonna fight. So yeah, to me, I've been discussing with you privately, I won't discuss it on here, but you know how it is. So
yeah, I mean,
I'm really excited to fight.
The future's bright. It's just we can't put a date on it. It's a pain with all this.
I just hope it'll happen. I just hope he'll have I hope he'll take some time out of his personal life to come and train and just make it look like to the coaches he's determined, and then I can bash him up there, and then we can move on.
Yeah. Do you know what? It would be great if sooner or later we get another Skype call with him on it again, because I was good there last time a few months ago. I swear it was 6 months ago already.
Yeah, it was about August, I think.
It was a long time ago now, looking back.
Because I made a video in March to do with boxing. I think it was me and you,
All right, yeah.
and he got tagged and Fabio tagged him and something like Harley'd smash up again. So I was like, do it again, and there's no problem. There's no problem, you know.
I surprised how much trash he came in talking. I'll be honest. He came in pretty hot, didn't he? He was like 4 months ago. It was. There we are. But like, I was very surprised how confident he was. And it's not a bad thing, but it's always you always got to be careful because he's reminding me of me, and it's like take it from me. You know, be confident, but don't like when he said something about your girlfriend saying, "Oh, if I beat you up, can I have your girlfriend?" or something like that. I'm thinking it's a bit far. Like there's levels to it, and I think that obviously he can do what he wants if he wants to, get personal and whatever. That's him. But the point is, if he gets personal with you, and you don't say anything like that to him, you're gonna come in there looking like the hero, and he's gonna come in looking like the villain. And if you beat him, you're gonna get more credit than what he would if he beat you.
I think, or
If you
I think when I beat him, you will get a lot of people want to fight me
when you beat them, no,
because
you need to think that. To be fair, go on.
because there's a lot of thing around them. So like a lot of people would be upset when he loses.
Mm.
So people want to fight me. I think that'll happen. Anyway, I'm not interested either way. What happens?
Mm. I mean, I always try to. Well, if I ever get another fight or whatever happens, like, I don't think I'll. Sad news. I don't think I'll do another one of these fights again. Because I had two good opportunities for it to happen. Three actually, because I almost fought Connor Jones in May 2019. Um, just didn't get organized enough. Didn't talk about it enough. We didn't. I started training back, but I didn't stick with it. And because
Yeah,
as soon
like
as
you
happened,
could have pushed him more. So then the thing is, you got to when you got people like Connor, like Harley, who say they want to fight you, do they really want to fight you? Is a question like
yeah,
no disrespect. So when you got to put it on them, you got to get out there, got to make it known. So then we have no option but to back out. Like Harley, to me, there was no option. He can't back out because I can. If he does back out, I'm just gonna say he ducked me. Didn't want it.
but if he does, he does, doesn't he? And then it's a fact and that he did.
I'm
You know,
hoping he does because I
and
want to box his head off. I, I, I want to show people I'm better, but then it's just self pride. I don't care what people think at the end of the day. But I just want to look better than I did last time.
yeah, well, that's definitely going to happen, regardless of who you fight, really, unless that person you fight, whoever it is miles ahead of you and doesn't give you a chance, which 16-ounce gloves, head guards, I don't really see that. Oh, Baron's on you.
Is he?
You want to show your dominant? Yeah, living potato. Is that Baron? Is that you,
Yeah.
Baron?
Sorry, I didn't. My phone's quite low. I didn't see the chat.
I think that's Baron.
Ben is pen. You want
Let's
to
see
show
it.
your dominant? There you go. But yeah,
I think I've seen him comment on a couple of things before on your channel. I think it's him.
I'm gonna
Yeah, it's
come in
Baron.
around 10-10. 10-10 to 11
Oh,
son, but if I can drop more to make it more fair, I'll drop more.
yeah. I'll see. You can negotiate. You can work your way. Like, because I said to Sam, I said to him, "We'll wait till you right there," and he said, I think he said he was around where I was when I fought you,
Yeah, I
and I
think he said he
was
was about 8'5", 8'4", 8'5".
yeah, and I was about just under nine. I was about 9 stone at that point, and I said,
And it's
"Well,
only
what do you
eight
want to fight
pounds.
at?"
There's only about £10 difference, so you can easily like beat that eight. You're gonna meet the bantamweight when they were all like super bantam. I think 8'10".
Well, I said he said to me, "Well, do you want to come down while I go up?" And I said, "I'm sorry, but I just been on a cruise for 10 days, and I put on 5 pounds. I'm happy with my weight right now and I want to keep going. I don't want to come down. I said I'll stay where I am if you want, but I do want to put on weight. That is my goal. That's one of the reasons I started the fight with Niall. That's one of the things I was glad about, was that I actually started the journey of me gaining weight. And he said, you can go up if you want. I don't mind what weight you come in at. I just want to fight, really. So I said, all right, I'll put on some, but I won't put. I'm not going to put on as much weight as I can and come in 20 pounds heavier than you. I said,
See, I
to be
think,
respectful to you, I said to
yeah,
him, I will not come in any heavier than 130. 130 pounds, that is the heaviest I'll come in at.
I think
I
Harley
came
will.
in, I came in exactly that, basically, didn't I?
I
So,
think Harley will be saying like, I don't care what weight you come in at. But for me, I want to be 11 stone because I know that's when I'm fit. I know 11,
yeah,
10, I won't be able to like. Because I'd like to box similarly to how I box you in our second spot.
yeah, that'd be a good idea. Just obviously, you said you wanted me to work the jab a little bit more in our second spar. Just
No, I'm
you
not
know
gonna let
how
him
you
do. I'm not
enough
gonna
with
let
that.
him do that. Like, but
Yeah, yeah. Basically, obviously, if he starts jabbing you, just be obviously in that first round where I was dominating. Basically, just throw a bit more than you did against me in the second spar. Basically, you know, if he comes out, I think he's gonna come out like a better version than what I was in our fight. I think you gotta basically fight the same fight, just with a better skill level, essentially, and be cleaner with your shots. That's all you need to do, and throw a little bit more, a little bit more.
I
That's it.
think I'm capable of a weight in boxing of hurting people as well because I'll be a 154,
Mm,
and I think I can. I'm not calling myself a banger by no means, but I can dig.
mm.
I can dig, and I don't know if he wants to take out 6 minutes,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how hard
especially
Holly.
downstairs because, and I may be giving stuff away. I don't particularly care, but
Well, hey, you can negotiate with him. You can make the fight longer as well if you have all this time to
I think
train.
we'll
Like I
stick
want,
to. I think we'll stick to 3-2s. I think that's like an amateur thing, and so.
yeah, yeah. Well, you could raise it a little bit. You could make it three three threes or 4-2s because in amateur, what's the in amateur tournaments in the finals they raise it a little bit, don't they? Like I think Anthony Joshua for 4-2s
I
or
think
four
because we're
threes.
like, I think because I'm like a novice amateur, then I think 3-2s are fine.
Sure enough, right. It's still a good amount of time as well.
I'm like, yeah, I think he's got a slim build, good shape. Don't get me wrong, but I think downstairs he's not gonna like it. So
Mm.
either way, people underestimate my I predict this an explosive fight.
I think it'll be, yeah. Obviously knowing your style and knowing how how I expect Harley to come out. I think your fight will be much better. I say it'll be twice as good as our fight. Probably more than that. It's gonna be much better than our fight. Well, I don't know. I like watching our fight not because it's an exciting fight, but because of all the thinking that was going on. It's in terms of how much there was going on inside my head, it makes the fight seem a lot more intense than it actually
Yeah.
appears to be. In terms of like how to the outsider that's going to be watching your fight with Harley, it will look to them a lot better than our fight did to them. And I'm excited for it, but because I want to be there ringside to watch it, possibly record it as well. Do a better job than Baron did. Sorry, Baron. But I want to, obviously, because I know how you want the video to be recorded. I feel like that's why I wanted you to record the fight with Sam, because you know what I want.
Yeah, because we could possibly get over 10 minutes, and then if we attract some good views.
Hey, ching, but yeah, I mean, obviously, try and get as much content as you can, innit? And it makes a longer video, viewer retention as well.
I got to be honest, I don't know if I'm going to embrace him as much as I did you, because it's obviously with a past and all that.
Yeah,
And
even though there was talk. Sorry, go on.
It's a strong mental challenge because he beat me before. And then it makes me think more and it makes me determined up here more. So up here is as much as more than physical. Physical isn't a matter, isn't a big thing. To me, all I gotta do is get fit, trim down to 11 stone, or 10-10, 10-7, whatever it would be. That's my range. 10-7 to 11 stone, 147 to 154.
Mm.
That's all I gotta do.
I mean, with the embrace or whatever, Ben, stop hiding the hair. I got, it's not in a good place right now, Veron. We don't need to see the hair, but hey, but I didn't. At least I didn't shave my hair off at the start of quarantine, so But nah, like back to the fight or whatever. Like with you and Harley, he's coming at you and saying some personal stuff, trying to dig at you. I was trying to dig at you, but not in a personal way. Like I wasn't coming at you about you personally. I was just saying I'm gonna win because your skills are this, your skills are that, and in boxing terms, you're this, you're that. I'm not saying I'm gonna beat now because I'm calling you names or saying this about you or
Oh
saying
yeah,
that about
I'm
you
not
in your
nothing to.
life.
I'm purely about the boxing. Like I think I'll win. I think I'll win comfortably.
Mm.
I think,
And there's a thing,
especially now that I'm
it was
physically,
confidence. It was confidence.
especially
That's
now
all.
I'm physically developed. I'm physically. I'm not trying to. I'm not saying I'm some big unit, but like I feel like 154. I'm gonna be strong. I'm gonna hit hard,
Yeah, yeah.
And
That's just facts, really, innit? If you're heavier than last time,
I've got the
you're gonna hit
confidence.
harder.
I've got the confidence to really press a fight on like I did before. If you get me.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's obvious that, like, do you know what I'd love to be? I'd love to be an outsider and to be able to Niall is a unit, bruv. No, I'd love to be an outsider and look at the progression, because obviously I've seen you in between. Like, if you fought Harley tomorrow, obviously there'd be a big difference. And if you watched our fight and then right after watched the Harley fight, if you fought him tomorrow, like you would see a night and day. Like
If I
the
fought him
difference.
tomorrow, I think the first two would be dominant and the last he would win.
Mm. Well, just he's probably got a slimmer frame than you. Yeah, he probably have better gas tank right now. But by the time the fight comes round, you and him would both be able to go 3 rounds. No one's getting tired. I'll say that, unless you really work the body, unless he does it to you, unless there's a reason for you to get tired, like you both of you can box for 3 rounds. That's my point.
Yeah,
Unless someone rips each other like to the body, no one's getting tired. I don't think.
I think he doesn't take stuff seriously, so I think he's just gonna be circling on the outside, dive in now and again.
I think he might do a Nate Robinson, but maybe
Oh
not that
Christ!
bad. But I think he's probably gonna try and just bum rush you, basically. Either do what I did and try and stay on the outside, or he's just gonna rush you. I think in combinations and
Yeah,
just
well
try
you
and get
know how
off.
to beat rushers, don't you? You know how to beat rushers.
Yeah. Well, Jake Paul. As much as I want to hit on Jake Paul, and no one likes him, but he done a good job in his fights. He done exactly what he needed to do.
The way
Just throw shots right down the pipe.
the way the kid talks, so if you're gonna talk as much as he's doing, fight someone legit. And he's on about fighting Conor McGregor, and he's like, oh yeah, well he's 5'9" and 170, and I'm 6 foot and 210.
That's why you shouldn't fight, because he's out your bloody weight class. Don't matter anyway. He'd still beat Jake. Like Jake fought Nate at 189, and Connor's the heaviest Connor's
If
ever
I
fought.
if I
And
had
he's
if I had
undefeated.
500,000 more subs and was a bit bigger, so about 5'10" and 175 naturally,
Mm.
I'd have a go at him. I think I'd know how to beat him.
Mm. I don't know if I would, because he's got longer arms than me. He's got more range, so I'd be a little bit out of my element with him because I'm so used to having a reach advantage. So if I got bigger, I wouldn't be as good as I would be at 147.
With
You know,
Jake, Deji's shown a couple of traits. He's on the back foot. He isn't as defensively sound
no.
as he is coming forward. If you're defensively sound, you're gonna do good against him anyway. And when he throws that overhand right and looks down, you step in with him. You step in with him to throw his punch, to throw up.
Mm.
If you engage when he engages, because I don't think he has that fast hands.
He has good timing. That's what it is. It's not that he's fast. He is fast for a YouTuber, but in the grand scheme of things, he's not. He's like all right, like, but he's not
I
necessarily
think
like.
I think he does do a job in KSI.
Depends. If KSI fights Jake the way he fought Logan, he will lose. I'll say that.
If KSI
100%.
fight if KSI fights Jake like he did in our sparring against Sensei, is it Sensei?
Yeah, Sensei. Yeah, face Sensei.
Because
I
if
think
you
he'd
watch
win.
our sparring footage, he done fucking good in that.
Yeah. He did get caught once or twice coming in or whatever. He got caught with a few unnecessary shots, but it was over like 4 rounds. I think he would put Jake away before that point. I don't think Jake would have his wits about him at that point. I think he'd be starting to, what's the word? Once you've lost 3 rounds like that, because Jake has never been in that situation in any of his fights, I feel like I think the lights will start getting to him and he'll start, what's the word?
KSI really, what KSI
demeanor
wants to
will go.
do, what KSI wants to do is be a bit of a dickhead above a weight, try and drag Jake as much down as he could, because I think Jake weighed in a 188 for Gibb. I think he weighed in a 193 for Nate.
I think it was around the same with Gibb. No, Nate. I think I remember.
Oh no,
actually. He was 191 for
191 for Gibb.
Gibb, and then he was 189 for Nate. So he likes around 190. He likes being a mid cruiserweight, basically.
I think KSI has to take him down to 185. See.
Yeah.
And Jake
KSI looked good at that weight.
And Jake can't come out with a ball actually like, oh, he's dragging me down. Because I'm sure Jake weighed in like 181 for the Deji fight.
Yeah, he did, yeah. 83 kilos he was.
So that's about 181, isn't
it? Something like that, yeah.
83 times 2.205. 183.
Oh, there we are. So it's weight I like.
So basically, I'd drag him down as much as I would.
Only thing is, KSI walks around at like 100 kilos.
Yeah, he's out of shit. He's out of shape when he walks about, isn't he?
Like natural. He's not as bad as he was before. He's not as bad as he was between the 2 Logan fights because he had his bulking season thing, wasn't it? Like Niall versus MG Skelly on fight night. I don't think it'd be worth it for you, Niall, if I'm honest. Nate Burns saying on you.
Only if I fight as Apollo Creed.
Yeah. Only if we fight as 100 overall, yeah. Nah, yeah. Thing is, Baran, you haven't versed me on fight night, but unless there's like a rule that Niall has that he's changed, I think I've beat him every time.
The only time I beat you was Apollo. Let's do it. I mean, I'm better than I was, Ben.
Yeah, I haven't actually played fight night that much the last few weeks. So
do you want to do it for Barry?
Well, can do if you want.
I can set it up on a Streamio for him.
Yeah.
Have we got any rules? Are we gonna engage?
I think we'll just do default rules. You set the amount of rounds if you want, 10 or 12 or.
Right, let me open my Xbox lap.
How are we gonna do this on the stream? Are you able to change the thing over to show your Xbox?
Yeah. If you watch a stream, I'll show you now.
I'll get the stream up on my phone. Obviously, I won't be able to put my face on the thing, but
basically, we've just turned this into a special between when a new boxing game comes out, I'll beat Ben easy. How do you feel?
Well, he said that, but when he versed me on UFC 2, and then I took him down in the first 10 seconds, and I beat him in 24 seconds. I remember that. I was Khabib, he went 8 years. We were in lightweight, and I beat him in 24 seconds when he came over my house on my birthday. You can imagine how amazing I felt. And I remember it was UFC 2. Him and Callum Hutchison came over. Callum said he would probably beat me. Biran said he would mop the floor with me. I beat Biran in the first 30 seconds. Then Callum versus Biran. It was a close fight, but Callum, I think, gets a knockout in the third. And then Callum fights me, and I dominate him for 4 rounds and get a TKO on him in the fourth.
My Xbox is coming on now.
All right, yeah. I'll get it ready for you.
What, are you setting up lobby?
Yeah, I'm just setting up a thing now. I'll send you an invite or whatever, or I'll set it up and then invite you to it or something. What are we doing? Lightweight, heavyweight, or middleweight?
Middleweight, please.
All right, bud. I already know exactly who I'm going as, but yeah.
Who's that?
Number rounds 12, 2-minute rounds.
EA Sports. It's in the
all
game.
normal rules.
Right, my computer's quite loud. I'm gonna have to turn it down on. I don't know. You turn it down on you, see. Okay. Essentially, my Xbox is really loud on my laptop, so you'll have to speak up or something.
All right, bud.
Right, it's downloaded cloud storage. Is gonna. Can you get Fight Night on PC? I don't know. Steam, I don't know. You can get a new one on PC.
This is it. Championship will be determined tonight.
Right, we got a bad thing.
What's that?
The menus are playing because it's downloaded my cloud storage, and I don't want it to copyright my stream.
Nah, it should be right.
This ain't the amateurs.
You
got a chance to do.
It takes it.
Pardon?
Great to be someone great.
I think it's only if your video is monetized, then you.
This is a big step up, kid.
Yeah.
Just
use your feet. Keep your hands up.
None of the songs you hear.
It's all about heart.
I tell you what, I'm gonna have to.
I'm not gonna cry. Every time some
I'll
gets
turn
hurt.
like the menu down. I'll go and have a toilet while it's loading, right?
This guy's a friggin' animal. You gotta put this guy on the canvas. Understand? The only way to the title is through me. That's what champions do. They get back up.
So how you doing, Biran?
Right, it's nearly done, but nearly.
But
Oh bollocks! I nearly fell. Biran, you better be watching, but. Nearly done. I don't know if you're still watching a stream. I don't know. You can change the volume on your see.
I can't hear it.
Yeah, my thing is turned right down. See.
All right. I'll send you. Do you have an invite? Check your invites, Billy. See if you got one.
Yeah.
There we are. Alright. Chill with the created fighter.
Oh, is it still welterweight?
This is middleweight. You can be someone in it's weird. You can overlap basically, so you can choose someone from lightweight up to middleweight on you for whatever reason. Which is strange.
I'm trying to pick like a good fighter.
How many bloody creative fighters have you got? Jeez.
Quite a few.
I got. Do you have Conor Benn? This is how I just saw.
Nigel.
Oh, all I can see is the last name you see, so I don't know.
I think I'll go with. I like playing as Eubank, see?
Eubank. You going Eubank here?
Yeah.
Alright.
Canelo Alvarez's 95 hours. A custom someone made on like a couple of years ago on you.
Huh. I got a few.
Good evening, everybody. Joe Tessitore and Teddy Atlas welcoming you to the Royal London Theatre here in London, England, for our main event
Ben, I
of
can't
the
quite hear
evening.
you, see.
12 rounds
I
of
got a few
middleweight
good
action.
creative fighter
And
dudes
now
on you.
the
I got like
time
Floyd
has
Mayweather.
come.
I got Conor
All the
McGregor,
talk, now
Ivan
comes the walk.
Drago, Apollo Creed, Rocky. There we go.
I would have thought this Canelo beats like 5'7", so it wouldn't work.
Simply the best. Everybody's been waiting for these two to meet up. Now they do, as round one is underway. Well, we've seen this matchup before. Tommy Hearns versus a power puncher.
Yeah, and the one thing that Tommy doesn't want to do is allow his opponent into a place where he can use that TNT a little bit. You worry about Tommy's chin, but Tommy is better in so many other areas. He's faster, he's taller,
Just the
he's able
size
to punch
is
on both
disgusting.
sides.
I
So
know,
look
it's
for him to stay
well,
where he
this is
can
what I'm
use
gonna
his
be like
power
when I
better
go amateur,
than his
and I-
opponent can use his.
Yeah.
I wish I had as long arms as Tommy did, though, I'll be honest.
In and out.
Nice.
In and out. Stay away from the inside.
Ooh. Good shot, finally, from both of us, eh?
Return to sender. He gives him back one of his own. Hearns is left, landing well.
You got this one. You got this one. Good.
Unable to make an impact there by Tommy Hearns.
It's weird,
Make
'cause-
the volume less. Hang on, I'll have to do after this round.
Yeah, I'll do it as well.
Hearns is doing what every trainer wants to see their fighter do. Land punches in bunches. The combination lands.
Keep that head moving. Stay away from those.
Well placed, straight right hand.
Feels weird to change because obviously the controls on UFC 3 to Fight Night are completely different.
Just 10 seconds
Yeah.
to go in
Feels
this
weird
round.
to switch to Fight Night after playing UFC the last couple of days. Alright, I think I took out
This
one.
Hang on, I'll
comes to an
change
end.
the
And
what's
Teddy,
name
easy
out
to note here that
don't skip.
he wasn't landing a lot of punches. Now he's throwing them up. He wasn't landing a lot. Is that because of his opponent's defense, or is he just not that accurate of a puncher?
No, it's a combination. First of all, his opponent's pretty slick in there. Pretty good at bob weaving a little
Right, should be alright now. Is it better for you? Is it better for you? Oh, I could put it up a bit. Is it better for you? Never mind. Good round, man. Oh, what the hell was that? The reach is ridiculous. Like, Tommy Hearns went up to cruiserweight, I think, at the end of his career. Yeah. Do you think I've gone a bit better? I think you won that because the way you're walking away, like I could tell by the way they walk. Right, Biron wants it a tad louder now. Hang on. Ben is too quiet. I can't help her.
I'll just bring my phone a little bit closer to me.
Put it in your gob, then. Right, that's better.
And round number 3 is underway.
Face is probably like a little closer.
He took a shot, but he came back
What is
with
the
a
reach
right hand
difference
of his
between
own.
Eubank and...
I think Eubanks is 73.
Oh, so it's about 5 inches.
And now he's targeting upstairs.
How often is there a finish in our fights then? Normally, it's not most of them, innit? Like, no.
Most of them are like late.
Yeah, I think last time I fought you it was Hearns versus Eubank, and I think I got even the last round, didn't I?
You're doing great.
Good strong combo.
Nice.
Nice block that time. It was intended to the head. Coming to the halfway point of this third round. Hearns is swinging and missing like
I'm supposed to be the bloody bigger guy, and you look huge.
What weight class is Eubank in there?
Middle.
Oh, right.
And you see what he can do
What's
when he
weird in
sends
this
that
game,
right to the
is
head.
you can make yourself look bigger. If you put in Manny Pacquiao and Tommy Hearns together, they say they weigh the same amount. He looks twice the size of him.
Yeah.
Even though they weigh exactly the bloody same. It's weird.
That right hand is becoming a crutch. He can just lean on it now. Solid hook. Tommy Hearns is able to land a good, solid left hand. Committing to the combo now, and both land.
Nice counter at the very end there.
And round 3.
I think I may have sneaked that round.
Maybe, yeah.
2-1 to you.
Nice and relaxed. Control,
Can't
right?
let this turn into a big change, or else I can't let this be the beginning of the end, like I said.
Yeah, yeah.
See, losing around here and over, I feel like I don't have anything, so I think I'm a bit realistic. But, can't make this fucking
Hearns is enjoying a lead on Teddy's scorecard the first time we look at the scores ringside here tonight. Although early on here, it's not as if either man is in complete control of this fight. two-punch combination there. Hearns' movement helped out there. He avoided that punch. Teddy, what a statement win his knockout of Pepino Cuevas was.
Not only a statement win, but it told you what to expect in the future. Here's a guy who's wiry, he's explosive, and if you leave him at the end of his punches where he can get full extension on his punches, full power, full leverage, he was going to knock
Well, hang on, Ben. I'm gonna have to
Hearns is putting together
check my computer on charge. Hang on.
right in line with what he
Yeah, sure.
outside fighter, throwing lots of jabs,
Hang on.
Well, what it is the jab is the table setter, and the jab tonight has set up the table where he's been able
Right,
to
you're good now. You're good.
he's wanted.
Oh, and he returns fire with a left hand. Good scoring shot. It was a straight right. Nice combination. Throwing more than one. Both scored there.
Good combo, right?
How about a return to sender with the left hand? To the side. A little swing and a miss going upstairs.
You had a really good end to that round, but I
And
was
round
dominating for
4
like the
comes
first
to
2
an
minutes,
end.
so I don't know when
He
that.
just cannot
Yeah.
get out of the way of these headshots, and they're coming
In terms of
from long
punches
range.
landed,
He's
I
setting
don't
it
know.
up with the
That was
jab.
close up.
Well, somebody's got to remind them that, you know, those gloves that you
I'm surprised to see like how much like I've thrown like compared to the head to the body. Like if you get me proportion.
Yeah.
Do you see any way in which he can take his opponent's aggression and turn it against him?
Yeah, the perfect way. I mean, boxing 101, counterpunching. You got a guy coming at you, no better way than to change his mind. Make him miss, make him pay.
Lands flush with the two-punch combo by Tommy Hearns. Not hitting his mark there going upstairs.
So I started watching this film at my dad's. I didn't finish it, but it's this film about Mickey Ward, Mark Wahlberg is in it.
Oh, I know. I am watched it, but
It's that dude who fought Ray Leonard, isn't it?
yeah.
He's got the brother or whatever.
A big right hand from Hearns. He just missed that shot up top. Still plenty of time to work here in round number 5. Minute and a half to go. Targeting that head with the combination punching. Flush right hand to the head. Tommy Hearns' work in training camp is now paying off. Do you
This is a
see the
close fight than our last
accuracy and
time
the
we done this.
effectiveness with that
Pardon?
combination?
This is a close fight from the first time we done this.
Yeah.
You can see he's trying to score up top, but off the mark there. Hearns is showing that he has an understanding about balance, about angles, about footwork. What does his opponent need to understand to deal with it?
Well, he has to figure out a way to take the air out of those tires. Give him a couple flats. That's what he's got to do. And there's no better way to give a guy a flat than to go to that body.
What an excellent two-punch combo by Tommy Hearns.
Good round.
You did have some good moments, eh? You had a couple good combos in there, but the jab and cut, I get what you're saying. I might be wrong.
I think it's 3-2 to you if I'm not mistaken.
It might be.
The start of the sixth.
It's lagged. Oh. Go on.
It lags for me as well, don't worry. Yeah, what I like is that it doesn't lag for one person, so like it's not like when one person's lagging and throws and the other person can win.
Oh yeah, because it would just be ball like you'd get knocked out so easy.
1, 2. 1, 2. And he returns on that exchange. two-punch combo. Solid uppercut. Oh, what an exchange! Hearns' combination that was landed moments ago is one of those examples of what every trainer would really like to have, and that's a fighter with good hand speed.
Yeah, and he's showing that right now. Now, the trainer in the other corner hopes he has a guy with good timing, because timing can negate speed.
Nice work with the jab on the outside. Tommy Hearns lands a big uppercut. Hearns is showing you a little defensive skill there, able to move away from that punch. Hearns is landing a combination here. That's what he does when he's at his very best. Good, solid left hand from Tommy Hearns. He scored well after being hit himself. There's that southpaw jab in the left hand. And the bell rings.
4-2 to you.
Hearns is in control of this fight, Teddy. Sometimes you can just look at it and see it as
I think it's about 4-2 to you, anyway.
scorecards.
Yeah, I have my head on my scorecard too. But right now, he can't afford to coast, because this guy is still dangerous. He has to still stay on his P's and Q's.
I was a bit scared to trade with it at the start, because obviously we all seen Handler Hearns, so we all know what happens when he trades with the shorter fighter. Like, even though I know Hagler has good reach as
I have
well,
no
like,
idea what I'm seeing right
someone
here,
who's very
Teddy.
good
The
on the
guy's not
inside,
doing
like,
anything. He's just
and I'm
standing
sure
there with his
I'm
opponent
not
opposite
entirely
him.
sure
Joe, I would beg to differ. You do
I
have
mean,
an
he's not
idea what
massive,
you're
he's
seeing.
not a tall
You're
dude,
seeing a guy
like,
right
he's
now
not
that
tall,
looks
so
bit in a bit.
I don't know. So I've seen he fought Joe Calzaghe and like Bernard Hopkins and Roy Jones. Did he fight Roy Jones?
Who's that?
Did Eubank fight Roy Jones?
No.
But sorry, like but with like Joe Calzaghe, obviously he fought Roy Jones, Bernard Hopkins, and Chris Eubank.
At the halfway point of round 7.
His prime.
Here's one for you now,
but,
he says.
like,
Right back with the left hand. Back and
He went
forth
bigger than him. He
exchange.
was
Really a lot of
he's
consistency
5'11"
from him
Joe,
with the
so
right hand.
he's the
Scores
same
up
as Roy.
top with a
A
left.
little bit shorter than Bernard,
That right hand serving him well.
and he's a tiny bit taller than.
Took a shot.
In
Now
terms
he
of
gives
reach,
the left.
like, swear, Bernard
Hearns
Hopkins
is
and
putting
Roy
forth
got
a
longer reach.
great combination there. That's a forceful two-punch combo by Tommy Hearns. Good return fire that time. Hearns is showing us a real solid skill set here with his head moves. And Teddy, how much of that is just natural athletic ability and instincts, and how much of that is being trained well?
Well, most of it's trained well. If I take a guy off the street,
might
Joe,
have taken
and he
one.
hasn't been taught anything,
I think it may have.
but usually he's not going to have a good defense. That's
I think it's like 4-3 or 5-2. Something like that.
This guy is
To you.
good defensive fundamentals.
Pardon?
Well,
That
this
one
is just
was
a good,
close.
solid fight. Yes, he's
I'd
leading
say he's
on
got
your
it 5-2.
scorecard here as we begin round number 8, but there has been some back and forth, some give and take.
His opponent has found some kinks in the armor, namely that right hand
I
over
haven't
the
even checked
jab.
what Bernard's been saying.
Oh, and he's got something for him himself, and it's a left hand. Targeting each other, the exchange was something special. Very accurate two-punch combo by Tommy Hearns. Good step back, counter punch there.
Beautiful.
Doing great.
Looks like I'm biting your arm, bro.
Comes right back at him with a left hand.
Like bloody,
There's the combo to the
Danny,
body.
fighting Floyd Mayweather's arm.
Hmm.
I think that was the first time they fought.
The halfway point of round number 8.
Mate, that was
He's
a dirty
completely
fight,
turned his
especially in the
offense
first
off. You
round.
can see that he's just in an extreme defensive posture.
Really good
But
punch
still,
combo.
his opponent is scoring here.
Look, the extreme defensive posture is a problem. But if he was moving his head with his hands up, at least if he misses there, when his opponent would miss, there'd be an opening to come back where even if you
Yeah.
come back, his opponent would be a little worried about sitting in there on you. He'd have to think defense. Right now, he's only thinking offense.
Oh, he is stunned. He could go down. Wow! What a shot.
Damn.
Clean left hand that was that knocked him down.
Barrett even said that round 6 was insane. It was a good round.
That was when we was brawling, wasn't it?
Yeah. I've been opening up a little bit on the inside. I was a bit scared to open up before. Are you waiting the clock out?
Right, they weren't taking any risks on the land.
I was thinking,
He
yeah.
gets up
You
after
wait for
that
the lag
punch
to
put out
continue
on the
and then
canvas.
you backed out.
Now he needs to get on that
Yeah.
bicycle and stay away from this guy.
Clock count
I
is
think
here
it was
around
I got
number 8.
plenty
10
of round,
seconds to go. So he puts forth another punishing display. Tommy Hearns is dominating this fight from start to finish, and the end is getting near.
Yeah, and his
That's
opponent
like
is like
6-2
that
plus
last
a
fight.
point, so that's something like
He looks like a man.
70, 78, 73.
New round underway here. He's hoping that it doesn't look like the last stanza where he was knocked down.
Well, this is a sport, a profession where hope is attached to something very tangible. You know, it's not just a notion. We hope. But it's attached to his jab. It's attached to his head movement. He has a good jab. He has good head movement. Guess what? He has hope he'll be okay the next round.
Looking good.
That's a well-scored left hand by Tommy Hearns. Hearns is having a field day against his opponent. Now, if you're standing opposite him, you got to solve this, or else it's just going to snowball. It's going to go downhill quick. You're going to lose this fight.
No, you do, Joe. The conventional way, the standard way that everyone's used to seeing with a tall guy that's keeping range like this is you work your way in. But there's another way, too. Maybe you step out and you get him to give up his height, his range, invite him in a little bit, and then all of a sudden, bang, you slam the trap on him.
Scores with the combo to the head.
It's hard though, because when you fight these vintage fighters, if they start winning early rounds and you think, oh wait, I'll gas them out, you can hardly ever gas out these vintage fighters because all of them have their conditioning super high.
Comes
Because
right
obviously
back
the
with
Yeah.
an
folks
offense of
15
his
rounds
own.
on a regular basis.
Work the body
So
kick.
like dudes like Muhammad Ali, oh well, I was gonna say George Foreman, but no, I don't think George's conditioning is super high because he hardly ever used to go this time. So even though he probably could, I mean, he went like 10
Well,
rounds.
something's got to stick. He sends the combination to
Given
the
the fact
body.
that he was losing the fight. You would lose most of his
Tommy
fights,
Hearns with
like,
a nice
on
hook.
cards, but he would just knock him up before he got to that point, that's the thing. I mean, obviously George Foreman beat him,
He
Shannon both
digs
beat him.
in, trying to bank away body shots with the combo.
Yeah, fair enough, yeah, he's tough enough
Wow,
to
what an
get
uppercut.
a decision.
He took a shot.
Good round.
One of his own, a left-hand
It was an
score.
exciting round, but
All that
don't
hard
know
work in
who won that
training
one.
camp, all those hours in the
Maybe
gym.
might have done it,
Right
but
now,
he
between
done
rounds,
really well
Hearns
at
is
the end,
grabbing
so
one last breath before he
Don't
goes
know
out
how
and
he
does
saw
it again. It's paying off.
Yeah,
I
right
was
now
winning
he's
for
glad he
League
got
of
up
the
at
Euros
5
in
o'clock
that
in the morning. He
competition.
wasn't there.
Yeah.
But now he's glad he got up at 5 in the morning.
I'm doing well. I'm doing better. I'm doing better than I usually do against it.
Yeah, I'll give it that. Yeah, doing good.
The action starts up again.
If someone
But
joins
it's
now,
only
Niall versus
favored
Ben 2
one
years
man.
later, they see these dudes
Hard to
fighting.
see
What
this
happened
fight
to
going the
Ben?
distance based on what we've witnessed so far.
We've gone black.
Been on holiday too long, mate.
Look at that combination by Tommy Hearns. Tommy Hearns is making for a clinic here in combination punching.
Well, the first couple punches here, Joe, they're throwaway punches to really set up the payoff down the road. You see the third punch, the fourth punch, the fifth punch. They're the ones that wind up landing.
Good looking two-punch combo by Tommy Hearns.
have like a really crazy fight and like back and forth, and it says this is registered as an ESPN classic fight or something like that.
Yeah.
You know, our first time we done
Solid
Tom
straight
Holmes
right
and
hand. Halfway through round
Levi,
10.
it put it on it.
Did I?
Because, not because it was back and forth. It was just, it's not like you had
Headshot
massive
lands,
moments
was
in
a
the fight,
hook.
'cause I was dominant for most of it. But it's because you won rounds. Like, I wouldn't win like 6 rounds in a row. I'd win 4, then you would, no, I'd win 3, then you would get 1, then I'd get 4, then you would get 1. You know, you would win a round here and there. So because it was back and forth in that sense on the cards, it registered as it, which is annoying because sometimes I have absolute barn burners on here and it doesn't tell me nothing.
Hearns is at his best when the combinations are landing. He
Oh, bollocks. What was that? A body?
goes down. It
Jab to
was
the
a
edge or off,
magnificent
over
combination
shot.
that put him down.
Now he has to get up.
Nice.
Cool. Didn't even have time to notice he was standing. Well done.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
So he goes down, but able to get up to his feet. Teddy, what should he be thinking about now?
Well, right now, just surviving, but if he
I'm the cheapest
survives, then
fighter
he
in
better
ever.
figure
Get
out
a knockdown,
why he
20
was put
seconds
on the
left. I
floor.
just walk around because I got the
If
time.
I had more stamina, I would have rushed over to you, man.
10 comes to an end.
Got that? It's gonna happen.
I don't know
You're
if you
gonna
know about
catch
this
it.
fella, but
You're gonna catch it.
My corner man's like Shannonberg's instead of Let's Go Champ, he's like, you're gonna catch him, you're gonna catch him, you're gonna catch him.
yeah, I got a cat, but it's only on 74% damage, so it's not too bad. Like, so
Well, you would know
it's
better than I would, but you put in all that
Well,
road
Teddy's
work,
only
all that
98
great
to 19,
conditioning work,
Jesus.
and I suppose this is where it pays off. Here we are, round number 11. He's well up on your scorecard. It's not even breathing hard.
No, and he's not complaining now like he was. He was fooling around with us before the fight when we were interviewing him. He was telling us that, you know, when he had to run those hills, his trainer was making him run with the knapsack
Oh, wow, yeah, I
of
didn't realize how
sand.
your stamina
You know,
was,
20,
bro.
30 pounds of sand
I
in
can
that
see your stream
knapsack.
there, thinking
He's
about
not
it.
complaining right now.
Who was BS, and you know what?
Tommy
I didn't
Hearns'
even realize
jab is
until
now
now.
carrying
So I've
this
been looking
fight
at
for
those
him from
chats
the
and he's been
outside.
away. I'm
Yeah,
thinking,
because
oh,
the
wait.
jab is carrying the fight. You know, it all starts with that jab. And right now, that jab is leading the way.
Pulls the trigger right away with the left hand after getting tagged himself. He gets off with a combination up top. Not able to land the headshot. And now we got a fight. He fires back a right hand of his own. Tommy Hearns is doing well here with that two-punch combination. Tried to land that upstairs.
I should have gone like a Jared Hurd or something.
Oh, what?
I should have gone Jared Hurd, who's 94 rated and like 6'1", and I'll go like a 75-inch reach.
Double up on your punches.
How
Well,
about
it
that
would have kind of
exchange?
diminished my jab a little bit, really.
Effective work, the three-punch combination.
Which is obviously a good thing when you're fighting
That
Tommy
heats
Jones.
up.
Mm.
This is going to be a good night. The right hand scored by
Oh,
solid.
No, it's no. Do you know what's annoying me, right? Because you're so big, I can't move off the ropes.
Up and down all night.
Oh, it's froze. No. No, it's froze. That's bollocks.
that means I'm 1-1. Lose the real fight, winning fight line.
So we get
GG.
a much-needed break here in between rounds. That last round, he took a ton of damage.
Oh, what?
Right about now, you gotta think that his corner is looking very closely at maybe stopping this fight. So it's up to him to turn it around. The only way he could do is to blow another round. I know that sounds crazy, but I think he's going to tie up, use this round to get himself back together, and then start making plans to come back the next round.
Well timed by Tommy Hearns. He took a step back, landed the counterpunch.
Exactly what he wanted to do.
Remember the last time we went to a decision?
Hearns is picking up right where he left off. Remember how he finished that last round?
Yeah, he really finished strong. Really.
Wow, no
Good
doubt
decision
about it.
there.
Affected by that. Did you see that? Unbelievable. Just the barrage continues. He's knocked down again.
I tried to get out of that by giving him a low blow or something.
Was before.
You check that out again. Is that a cut in your face?
I don't know. No! No, I'm up! GG.
It's over. The fight is over. Tommy Hearns' bombs away worked again. Knockout.
See why is that an ESPN Classic?
So here we are, late in the fight, just coasting along,
Oh,
and
yeah,
then
yeah.
that happens.
Because it was kind
And
of
that's
back and
exactly
forth.
why
and
it
then
happened,
was-
because he was coasting
Well, it was
along
actually
every.
a closer fight than the last one. Oh wow, another mad. You win in 3 and 4. I remember you won 3. And I remember 4 I said was close. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you had 8, hands down. No,
Oh, so one of the judges had it close after 7.
yeah. Wait, what would it have been after 7 then? It would have
4-3.
Oh, so it would have been 60 after 7. It would have been 67. No, 68. No, 67, 66. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you can. Biran, you can get full KOs in this game. I done in my career mode. You got to unlock like a stat, innit?
Oh yeah, you can get like flash knockout. Don't
That's the reason you won, because you landed 153 body shots.
Jeez, I didn't realise that. Bloody hell.
That's why my stamina was so low.
No wonder. I noticed you kept throwing to the body. You threw more to the body than I did.
Yeah, that was the only way I thought I was going to win, was chop you down.
It was hooks to the body, that's what it was. When I had you in the corner and you was shuffling your head around, I'm thinking, he's looking for a counter shot. He wants me to swing to his head, him move and catch me. But his body ain't going anywhere, so I just kept throwing to your body while you were losing stamina by moving your head. So, just improvisation, that's all.
Right, I thank you for participating in the stream. Thank you for talking about like our fight, etc. 2 years. Who would have believed it?
I know, it's crazy. I mean, I never expected this fight to still be talked about by, and still be, as prominent in our lives now as it was. I wouldn't expect it to have lasted this long. Like,
I think it'll forever be something we look back on with rose-tinted glasses. Like,
yeah, I mean, I think that I think we'll be 30 years old in a bar, like, talking about this, like, having a laugh.
yeah, like,
So-
oh, do you remember when we were 15?
Yeah. When we were 15 and we thought we'd have a fight. We thought we were good at boxing and we put the gloves on and bloody punched lumps out of each other. But regardless, like, I wouldn't change anything about it, like even the losing part, because I feel like that helped me afterwards and it helped me before the fight as well then, because it got me motivated to, get up and, work hard, be the best person I can be. And for that, like, I want to say thank you for, taking the fight and, getting in there. And obviously I got a lot mad respect, like, for you stepping in there. And, obviously I'm glad that afterward we could, become friends and obviously, get to know each other during and after the build up to the fight.
Yeah, I'm echoing your words, Beer. We become great friends since the fight. I've got a lot of respect for you. Something that you have. Something that you have that other people done in this generation is that. I'm sorry, I'm not looking at you when I'm talking to you, because Everyone's putting some dirty messages in chat, but I gotta hide them. But yeah, like I admire you, and because in this generation, there are too many people who care about an image, and I like you because you don't care about what people think of you. You do things for yourself, and you do things for your own enjoyment. And for that, I have the utmost respect for you. And when you pursue passions like your singing videos and your music and boxing and anything you want to pursue, like your own personal stuff like your job and that,
Mm.
I have an utmost respect for you for just trying to be the best you can be, no matter what anyone thinks of you. And that's part of the reason why I used to be so depressed. I used to want to fit in too much.
Mm.
I've learned of you. I've listened to myself more, not you know. And I admire you for teaching me and helping me grow as a person as much as anyone else has done in my life. So I thank you for
It's it's been great, the journey up to that fight, and I'm grateful for for what's come out of it after, and I appreciate, and I respect you for, like you were saying, like, how you was feeling after the fight, and pulling through that, and coping with, because a lot of people that feel the way you felt and don't come out of it on the other end, like, so I'm I'm happy that I could have been a part in the fight, and I'm glad that I've been an influence in how you've lived your life since then.
Yeah, no, I think we'll be friends for life, because of this. Now, I was talking to my uncle on the weekend, and he says, throughout life, you'll have friends who you've been to school with, you'll have friends who you done stuff as a teenager, and sometimes when you move on in life, you forget those, and you meet new ones. Whereas with you, I won't forget you. I hope someday when we're older, well, give me a couple of months and we can go out for a pint or something, and
Yeah.
chat like we've always chatted, and hopefully when we come out this virus, me and you can go for the occasional pint and just talk about stuff, because with you talk about pretty much anything, and I like that with you. You don't have no filter.
Mm.
You say things as they are, and I just have a bunch of respect for that. You're a great friend to have, and there's very few around nowadays. So I appreciate the friends I do have, and I thank you.
Nah, it's all good, but I'm glad that I can call you my friend even after we punch lumps out of each other in a boxing ring for views, like, But no, I'm glad we are in the place we are now, and I wouldn't change anything before this.
Yeah, like I gotta be honest, I was I was concerned going back into year 13 because of a situation like I was in September. I was still felt weird me going back with the situation as there is with the world.
Mm.
I might have my views, probably YouTube doesn't like people like my views on it now, so I won't say them. But yeah, I was worried about going back to school, and do you know what? A lot of that was to do with you not being there, to be honest,
Mm.
and feeling like, oh, I didn't have someone in the free lessons to talk to, and slap each other, stuff,
Not
stuff.
even the free lessons with red cheeks, like,
Yeah, yeah, but no, but just like someone I had to talk to in the free lessons and that.
Mm.
And I admire you got your own life to lead, you want to go to college, get your qualifications, go into your job like you said.
Yeah.
But regardless of what happens, we're gonna be friends forever. Like, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, I never. I mean, whenever I have a friend that is, I mean, if we can get in a ring and have a fight, and okay, and obviously on the regular hit each other and whatever, like, and if we can talk about anything and whatever, and nothing affects the friendship, like, and then I don't think anything will, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
If we're able to get in a ring and come out on the other side better, I don't see what can make anything worse. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I have I have, what's the word? I have good feelings about our friendship going forward, like,
Yeah, yeah. Like I said, obviously we lead into different paths. But I don't think I should deter more the friendship we have and like I said, meet them once in a while for a pint, see how each other's getting on.
Yeah, of course.
And it feels weird, right? Because the way we say this as if we're never gonna see each other again. But like, no, genuine. Like, I appreciate we done the boxing match, and I appreciate we are where we are today. Both me and you, we're both enjoying. We both like feel good in ourselves. We both, you're doing what you want to do. I'm doing what I want to do. Like, I have aspirations to go to university.
Mm.
Um, I wanna say, well, look, I'm about being cocky. Yeah, I've got a guaranteed place in university, but just 'cause that means it doesn't mean the moral is to work hard for everything you got.
Yeah, of course.
I'm like, I feel like even though one idea was a rematch with you, because we've become such good friends, though I don't think I could get our mindset, the killer mindset.
I don't think I could either, if I'm honest. I mean, I don't know. I have sparred a few of my friends, but there's a different feeling to sparring and fighting. Like, that's why it was weird. That's why I got so nervous with you. Not only because of the camera, but because it was a different feeling to every other spar I'd had. Even though essentially it's the same as having a camera there and doing a hard spar. That's basically what it was like. But it just felt different, and it is different. In your mindset, like, you have to have a different mindset to
Yeah,
spar,
yeah.
because obviously sparring's a learning procedure, but fight isn't. So it was different, and I don't know if I could do that either. You know. So
Yeah, yeah.
obviously I'd spar you, but just doing a fight is a different thing. Like,
Yeah,
it's it'd be hard to do.
I couldn't do the full force like killer, because when you're doing a spy, you're not really trying to take someone's head off you, you're trying to help each other to improve.
Nah, yeah. I'd struggle. That's why I was happy that Sam wanted to fight me so soon after I started back in. Well, when obviously I saw him in business, but I wasn't. Obviously he was my friend for years before that, but I hadn't spoke to him in years, so he wasn't like, he didn't mean a lot to me at that point.
Yeah.
Like, if you get what I'm saying. Whereas, like, you're a bigger part of my life now than Sam was then, and I was glad that if I was to organise a fight with Sam then, it would have done me more good then than now. Like, if I had got to know him even more, because eventually I wouldn't have had the capability to look him in the eye and say, I'm gonna try and knock you out, like, and I can't do that with you now, I don't think. And obviously I could do it before, just because I didn't know you well enough then, But no, I don't think I'd be able to do it again, and I don't. It's kind of gutting, because I had chances to fight and do the sparring thing a second time, but I didn't. That's the one thing I regret out of the whole thing, is that I feel like the Sam fight with him pulling out could have been avoided. But other than that, like there's nothing I look back on with dismay. Like everything I look back on and go, I'm glad that happened because it had even the negative things had a positive outcome somewhere along the line. Like, so I took 30 punches to the face. That sounds like a bad thing, but in terms of when you think about what come after it, like it's the easiest 30 punches to take if I knew the stakes, like so it's good. I'm glad that I'm your friend, like.
Yeah, same. Seems very. You get a few good friends in this life, and you're a good friend to me, and much appreciated.
Yeah, you too, bro. You too.
Right.
Yeah. What's happened to this bloody stream? It's turned into a bloody.
No homo. No homo.
Nah, no homo. No homo. Aye.
Right then, bro. Right, I don't know if you want to get sleep or just chill to yourself. No, I've taken your evening, but yeah, thanks for coming on and doing a stream with me. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Appreciate that Ben's taking his time to come on the stream. He didn't have to. And yeah, till next time. I mean, I feel satisfied with the stream, and I don't feel like I'm gonna stream again this week, no. I mean,
I don't know. I mean, we've done it for 4 hours, I think.
yeah, there's a lot of footage for you guys to watch.
Dylan's inappropriate. He said, "Carry on, boys. I got my egg planned out."
Did he?
Yeah. We said no homo, Biran. You gotta listen, but.
Yeah, but anyway, guys, thank you for watching. I'd be off to sleep now and go less than 10 o'clock in the morning. So, yeah, to me, I'll end the call while the stream ends, if that's alright.
Yeah, done.
Yeah, okay, yeah, but once again, thank you, Ben. You appreciate that. I'll probably talk to you soon, like, talk to you every day, so thank you, but see you soon.
Stop it.
So.